What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Into the Void, episode 3 of the random lives that I usually do, Ozzy Talk. And I want to apologize about the time. It's hard for me to that's why I always say every week I jump on whenever there's no exact schedule time. So apologies on that because I saw that there was people that had jumped on no earlier, and I really do appreciate that. So thank you all very much, and thank you for being here on this Saturday night. Oh my God, I'm in one of the. Oh yeah, look at this. Vaz, is that? Oh no, I thought that was Vaz for a second. Let me see who we got. Gina, what's up? As always, thank you. As always, Gina, thank you for being here. See, Gina, what's this Monday, Gina? Bark at the Moon. Yeah, Bark at the Moon. Well, we will be talking about that. And we every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, we talk about one of Ozzy's solo albums, and we're going in order. And this coming Monday is Bark at the Moon. So this Monday at 7. And that's the normal clockwork time when this show is always live. Why are the colors like that? Sorry. I barely had any time to set up because I was out of town, but I love these and still don't wanted to jump on though and do this. Let me just check something here. Got it. Oh, what's up, Silly Munchkin for Life? Great to see you. As always, I'm early. Oh, that was at 08. Oh, and he said, yeah, you'll be back. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Enchantress, what is going on? It looks just like Witchy Woman's though thing as well, though, too. And then I also told Victrola lady in the community, I never realized that just so in the community, there's a page, but not a page, anyone could go and write. I want people to be able to just come on in and be able to post a video, do whatever you want on this. You know what I mean? This isn't monetized. This isn't like I don't look at it as mine. Anyone come on and do whatever. But with all that said, I was it was an EB1878. I want to say I thought that was a separate person from Victrola lady. So I apologize about that, Victrola lady, because sometimes you come up as that, and then other times you come up as that. Just like I think someone else is coming up something different, and it's confusing me right now. So don't think that I don't see who you are. It's just that the names sometimes don't switch, and I'm like, but I do not remember though everyone though. But thank you for being here at Chantry, and thank you, Silly Munchkin for Life. Appreciate you. Gracie, thank you for being here. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great weekend, great Saturday. For me, it's just like one of those days I just was like finally like you ever just wake up and just don't want to do nothing and just like lay in your pajamas and not do it, even though you can't. You know, I mean, you say you're gonna do that, but it just never happens, right? That was the day I had just travel. I don't know why it beats you up. Like, even if you have, even if it's a great time or this or that, because you're not really doing nothing like crazy physical, but it just wipes you the fuck out. Excuse my language. No, it's late. It's Saturday night. I curse. Obviously, I'm not going to apologize anymore. I curse a lot. So that's just how it happens. Um, but as you know as well, this is like your guys' show too. Just in the chat, I just go back and forth with this, and we have fun. And I like to talk about Ozzy Sabbath music, all positive, all good stuff. We always keep it positive, good, educational, learning, all that type of good stuff. And so feel free to share anything. And but I was explaining that community as well. Thank you to everyone too who utilizes that. All you got to do is just go hit the visit community button if you're subscribed, and then all you do is you could post whatever you want, pictures, and or if you don't want to post a picture, you just want to write something. Please do that. Love when that happens. When I wake up when I see that, it's great, 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 great. Where are my? Because I have to go half and half, so I don't go blind with this light. because yesterday I had lights on. Yesterday I had a great. Got to give a little shout out though to my man Keith and with Ian Bick. He's got a real big podcast on. We went out in his studio yesterday though, um, out in Connecticut, and it was good times and stuff like that. And just check him out, Ian Bick. And actually, the name of the podcast. Hold on, where is it at? That's okay. Because I know that he just changed it. Is locked in. So, but he had, I believe, he had something else though before that. Because he's been around for at least the last 2 years. But I mean, he's got a real. I mean, his channel's huge. He's got a lot of, you know, pretty well known individuals guest in there. He had like 3 studios in there. I should have put up the video. The one video that he had a jail cell, and it looked, it just like he had like a movie set on one floor, and then it's like, nah, go on the next floor. So we went up on the next floor. He wasn't there. There's like a bar with all these microphones, and then there's this other room that's just where you could relax and sit, and just the service and like literally anything you want in the world, any chocolate, any gummy, any whatever that you want in the world. Like, I'm like this, like pulling out my money, and they're like, no, just take whatever you want. I did a lot. And that's like probably why I feel like I do it. I do today. But thank you though to those guys were great out there in Connecticut. Thank you. All right. I'm great, Loomis. That's always good to hear. Hold on, just sorry about the touchscreen. It's like hesitant. I'm great, Loomis. Hope you had a great little out of town time. That definitely was great. Had and interesting too. But does anyone know why YouTube changed my name from Witchy Woman? See, I just told you. I knew. See, I didn't want to just say it though, because did I be like, wait, because there's Enchantress? Because I mean, you do come up as Enchantress at times, and I didn't want it to be like, oh, because I couldn't believe that with a troll lady. I was like, I thought they're 2 separate people. And the troll lady I talk to all the time, like me, like when she's texting about the 8 tracks and the LPs and all that good stuff. And then I just realized, well, wait, because I looked at it was the same profile picture and all that. So, and Victrola, if you're listening, you should be a writer. I mean, if you look, you should go look at the community, like just like how I became a fan of Ozzy wasn't just you're right, very, very well. I'm horrendous at it. Oh, thank you to everyone. Just obviously how loved though this guy is right here. Last week when we were talking about 2,000 subscribers. This page just passed 3,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. This page will also always stay unmonetized, and this is also your channel. If anyone of you ever want to come on, and I don't even have to be on it, other people can come on. It doesn't matter. Just email the channel at Ozzy Osbourne tribute page at gmail.com, and you can absolutely sorry, 1 second. Sorry, that's a nice back. There it is. Wait, look at all these. Hold on, I want to see. At the Buffalino family, Heart Truths at Gmail. Wow. Mind over madness. I gotta clean all these out. That's from like way back from like every little show though that I've ever done. JFK assassination theory. Oh, Actor John Fiore from The Sopranos. I'm trying to find the pictures, guys, but the pictures are tiny here. Thank you. All right. Anyway, I'm back. So there's Dark Warrior. What's going on? What's up, Dark Warrior? Appreciate you being here. And with all that said, did I put up though that email? Did I put up the right one? Hold on, because it's split right here. Yeah. So just email the channel there. I'll get in touch with you within 24 hours. And then I did though talk to someone though who emailed though that I'm gonna be interviewing, and that should be very, very interesting. So stay tuned for that. and I think you will definitely enjoy that. And yeah, but there's the email to contact, and that is that. Let me just get this set right. Hanging outside in the city. It's nice outside in here in Denver. Yeah, man, I bet it is. I bet it is. It's pretty shitty out where I'm at, though. Actually, you know what? I gotta tell you, I got the I Am Ozzy book while I was in the hospital. I haven't started. Which you want, but I'll tell you what, though, if you are though, if you do start it though, it's one of those like you all. It's fantastic. I actually read that when I was in rehab, to be honest with you. It's so weird. The first, and this is not glamour. If anyone ever watched one, even when I was talking to Gene or whatever with my life, like going on 4 years away from drugs and alcohol, I already told my story, whatever. I don't glamorize or whatever, but it just so happens that it's kind of weird though. Like when you read a book about that stuff that has the reverse. I mean, the first time I went and I remember I had Motley Crue to Dirt, and I remember the staff there maybe put a book cover on it, like I was back in Catholic school. And I'm like, what the fuck? But because it has like a big whiskey bottle, you're in rehab, you know. It's so but it's just like when you read about how other people though were like that insanely like on what you're trying to get off of, and they were able to get off it. It I don't know, it helps. So definitely though. I am Ozzy, and I still have I'm saving last rites. I got that though, but it's on my nightstand, but I'm saving though that one because life's just been like insane so far, and this year especially is just too much at once. So I'm saving that one up. What do you got? I got that already. Only reason I haven't started it yet because the pain meds make me too tired to focus on reading. Yeah, no, I bet. No, I hear you. I hear you there. What about do you ever do I love them for traveling, especially on drives, and that's what I was gonna say. To drive, like screw flying right now. If you're like on the East Coast or wherever, like Denver's beautiful obviously out there where Dark was just talking where Dark's at. But my point is on the drive yesterday, just the leaves, the trees, I mean, I would take that over. I almost did no fly back, but I was like, no. And plus, I'd rather drive just from the look of it, though, all and all. But just going back to where you were saying, oh, it's beautiful there, Dark Warrior. Because I remember for a second, I was like, yeah, well, it's shitty here. But then I was like, wait, I wanted to just say no, but beautiful, beautiful though ride though. Beautiful. It started because the pink had focus on reading. I'm glad it helped. So did you ever try the audiobooks? I didn't order that yet. I'm getting it for myself on Christmas. I love audiobooks. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of books. Like, I actually have a shitload stacked right there. But I loved like having books, but when I'm driving and if I put on an audiobook, it's like what? Like I'm here already? It doesn't even feel like you're driving. It's crazy. I love it for me anyway. Absolutely love it. I like downtown and hotel area tour buses park outside normal unless casino. Nice. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm sure I never was there. That's the one place I never was at. I mean, I'm sure I will one day. I've tried audiobooks a couple times, but my mind wanders. I'm not a good listener. Okay, so that if you're reading it, then it's definitely because a lot of people could. I know people that could actually some stuff that I used to read. If I'm like reading it and stuff, I'd be like, "Well, wait, I have to go back because my mind thought of something because my mind is just." Whoosh. But it all depends if you're into it or not, into the book or whatever. But this one though, you definitely will be. But yeah, just whenever you're ready, uh, you'll read it and you'll absolutely enjoy it, 100%. I need to try audiobooks. Yeah, they're great. I think they're fantastic. Listen, I grew up my whole entire life, obviously, blasting music and doing this and doing that or whatever, though. But I don't know if it's because I'm getting older or whatever. I'll still listen to a song and this and that when I'm driving. But I listen to a lot of classical music, dude, when I'm driving. Um, but my point being is, to each their own. Audiobooks are just, I don't know. It's like I love them. I just love them for driving, and probably and I see like and like if I was here, like laying down like in my bed or whatever, and I like no, like I don't think it's for me anyway. I'd rather like have it in a book, but like if for traveling wise, yeah, I think definitely. Or yeah, yeah, just for travel. I'm trying to think like did I ever use them before for anything else? No, but see, I drive places a lot, like hours and hours and hours and find locations and get like you have to and it's a lot, so they come in handy and they make you feel like that you haven't even driven at all until like you feel like I do right now. I've heard a lot of people listen to audiobooks while driving instead of music. Yeah. Yeah, it all depends. Like, I'll still listen. Like sometimes I'll be like, oh, I want to hear like because I'm weird. I'm not just a song guy. Most of the time, if I ever think of a band or if I ever think of what like it's mainly like say I'm driving, I want to hear Diary of a Madman. Like I'll play the whole album. And then after that, then I'll probably another album that'll jump to my mind. Then I'll play that and I'll play that. And that's just though usually how my though head works. And I miss like I was thinking like my old Jeep today. I had like this set. I forget how many disc changer was in the back, like in the trunk thing, like where the CDs though, like were just out. Yeah, that's where I mean, and I used to think I used to be like, oh my god, man, yeah, it's the best, the coolest thing. Well, and now looking like it's just I'm still mind blown by how the world is. How you could just basically just talk anything and just be like, hey, play whatever movie and or song or there or whatever I want to see in the world now. And it's like, okay, boom. I remember when I was a kid growing up, my uncle came over with a camcorder. I was like, oh my God, he's got a fucking camcorder. Now we all do. It just still blows my mind. I know it's been a while, but it still blows my mind. Anyway, all right. Try them up. I'm telling you, you'll like them. I've heard a lot of people listen to audiobooks while driving instead of music. Did you draw the artwork? You had no, no, no. My best friend, one of my best, like all my friends are my best friends. I don't rate my best friends, but I mean the ones I'm real close with, like pretty much all gone. But Dave Glisson for RIP. I love him. His daughter Emily, when she was 13, she painted that for me. She painted that for me back in 2008, 9, I believe I want to say. But she's a lot older. She actually went to art school and she's actually a fantastic artist. But RIP to Dave. And no, that's from Emily Glisson for she painted that when she was 13 though for me. And I told her I wanted like a cartoonish type, like looking like just based like an Ozzy painting. I don't know if you're talking about Ozzy or if you're talking about this here. No, no, this though right here is just a normal uh modern type stock band. I'm like, I had it for the longest time. I had it like in my last apartment. I had it in the one room hanging. I'm like, oh, I'll put something on the other wall. And then, but I'm not, I don't really like modern or I like older, like type art. I love that. I mean, and I love what like I love art that people I know they'll create. I mean, not if it sucks. I mean, and I would never tell them that, but I mean, like my buddy AJ who does homegrown geometry and stuff like that. So most of the art I have is from people that I know and who are actually doing very well, like making a living off doing their art. But if you're talking about that, no, I didn't. I don't paint. I can't even draw a stick figure to be honest with you at all, at all. Oh, no, then you did mean the piano keys then, okay. No, absolutely not. I didn't, though. Oh, thank you, silly munchkin, appreciate it. Oh, wow, she's talented. Oh, no, you did mean Ozzy. Nice. Yeah, no, but she's incredible, though. I mean, I mean, unbelievable. her were like the stuff that she could draw. It's different. I can't explain. You have to see it. She's fantastic though. Both, but I'm ready. But both, but I really like the Ozzy one. Oh yeah, no, the Ozzy one I like a lot better. 100%. I like though getting big like frame type like canvases like that. But I like I'll change them up at times though as well. The Ozzy one, it's amazing. Nice, thank you. Not if it sucks. Well, I mean, I just, I right. I mean, you got to be honest. I love these weekend ones. If anyone just like watches like this, like randomly and puts it on, like this is just a channel where on Friday or Saturday, just random come on and we talk and tell stories and do whatnot. I hear my son is a really good artist, but I wouldn't. No, he never shows me his work, but his art teachers rate about it. Nice. Yeah, that's one talent that I'm very impressed though with how some people could just draw. I'm terrible at it. I absolutely can. I'm terrible at it. Always was. I remember when I was a little kid in school. I remember like this new fancy art teacher came in. And I was probably in like sixth or seventh grade. I forget, but she's like, "You'll see. In 2 months, you'll be drawing this." And she showed me, and I was like, "Okay." No, never happened. And so I my hat goes off to anyone that could draw. Just like I guess they just see it on the paper before, like you know what I mean? Like they just see it and then they trace what they see from there. I don't know. It's mind boggling to me. Mind boggling. How people could Jimmy Jones, Justin Coffey, my buddy. Well, Jimmy Jones, he was working for there's one in the comic that I forget. Oh my god, I forget the name. But I'm just thinking of guys that just but I'd be like, hey, could you draw me a tattoo of like the Reaper playing the organ and it's like real dark and he's on top of like these skulls and blah 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 and then and like then they give it to me and it's just like exactly what I said times 57,000 million with like wings like going up and around and it's just like wow, I love it. I hear my son got that. I've seen his past stuff, but once I got him the drawing tablet, I don't get to see anything because it's not just on a piece of paper laying around his room. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you didn't see none. Investigate a little bit, you'll find something. But if his art teachers are saying, no, he's doing good, though, maybe I'm sure that he is though a good artist. But I can't do that at all. The only thing I could do is can play a little piano. That's it. That's all that I'm good at, though. Let me just cut that. Where are we at? Screen keeps going in and out, so don't mind me. I've seen this past them. Oh, read that. Sorry. All right. Good. All caught up. Anyway, so I wanted to just come on and thank everyone though who supports though this channel. I also though wanted though to come on and let everyone know that because you guys anyone could come on this channel. Like, this channel was like, to throw some Ozzy clips up. I wanted to do some little mini documentaries and but put some music to them and stuff and just tell some behind the scenes stories and stuff like that, which I'm doing and interviews and all that type of stuff. And then in the short section, just throw up, clips from old interviews, which I do every day and stuff like that. And it's just it seems it's just growing though very fast, and it shows just the love though for Ozzy, and just the people though that come together, like everyone here, like we owe it all to that man, and I mean 3,000 people in 90 days, to subscribe just shows you how loved Ozzy is, and I absolutely, I love seeing that. And this is our channel, and this channel is a channel that will always be open to any one of yous. And I just want you all to know that. So thank you very, very much. What we got? Stupid question. Will this channel ever get monetized? Never. No. Wasn't a stupid question. That was dumb. No, so don't ever think that I'm calling you dumb, but you know that I'm not calling you dumb. But no, never. Absolutely not. 100% not. Well, I mean, but well, I did say though, like it is a channel that once I even when I croak, I pass it on. So I can't talk for the person after me because who knows when I croak. But my point is that while I have a heart rate, no, absolutely 100% not. And that wasn't though a stupid question. And don't ever think I was serious. I always break balls. What's up with you, woman? I used to be able to draw really well, but then in high school, one of my friends erased my name off my drawing and signed her name and told the school she drew it. So I quit drawing. Why don't you just punch her in the face? Just kidding. And you should have punched and keep drawing. No, I'm kidding. The thing with drawing is that though a lot of people I seen like all right, for example, music. I stumbled across music because I just fell in love with the sound of keyboards and from like when I was in that haunted house and like the intro to Mr. Crowley, like boom, like I love that sound. So I stumbled across that and I was able to um play like naturally instead just like it came like natural to me, not like I'm like but I mean I was, I got it. And then no, practiced very hard on it. But my point being though is that then there's about, people who could absolutely 100% sit down and just learn it from scratch without a doubt. So, but when it comes though to drawing, I mean, there's just people that could just like I know people that could draw literally like Beethoven's fucking like, okay, let's say all three movements of the Moonlight Sonata, all three. Like, they're just born. They can just come out and just draw like that. It's it's incredible to me. Incredible. What are we laughing at? What did I say? That's why I wish somebody's got to join me sometime. I'm just sitting here, you know. Oh, I tried to draw again recently. Now I can't. See, because I didn't know, because that's how I was gonna say. Either you got it or you don't. Like with those type of people who were just born though that could do that. I believe it's not like I don't think like tomorrow I could wake up and be like, you know what, I'm gonna be able to draw. Let me go and do it. And I'm not trying to tell that like because my brain's fully developed. I'm 44 years old. My point is, I'm not trying to discourage anyone from trying to do that or kids or anything like that. And my point being though is that I I don't I'm terrible at it. Terrible. Like if I can't even write anymore. I remember I was trying to write someone where was I at? I had to write my signature and then I had to write a couple things like initial. It was terrible, like just terrible because I'm so used to just everything's on here or through the computer. But I forgot how to make a Q in cursive. Um, you get older, sometimes if you don't use your times tables, you forget them. You gotta, carry the one. Remember, we used to write on the paper and carry the, you know what I mean? Or maybe it's just me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just saying though that I don't. It's just all that old school stuff that I learned and stuff. It's not around anymore. Um, so that's that. Right. Oh, I never I never knew my times tables. No, I mean like the ones that's like 44 times 6. Like, like for me, like that's something that's like, okay, all right, 4 times 6. And then, I know I gotta put the one over there somewhere, but then you gotta do that. It's like, wait, do I carry that there? Is there because then you gotta just start dropping zeros on every line. That shit you could forget, you know. What the fuck are we even talking about? Anyway, all right, back at it. So this Monday, me and Gina will be back on for our live I don't have a thumbnail here, Gina, for it though, but there's Gina there with Randy's mausoleum. Love that picture right there. And I'll get the full ones up, Gina, though, that you sent in. It's just on YouTube, it's like, the phone sideways type pictures are the ones that only that fit. The vertical ones are more like let me see if I have one on here. That's an old one, no, also, but that's even bigger than a vertical one though, but you get the point. But that's a beautiful little pic. But yes, me and Gita will be on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, doing Bark at the Moon, as we have done in the past. If you have seen us talk about Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman, we already did that. That's in the live section. And now we are moving on, no, past that. And that was those were the two greatest albums, I believe. Well, they're two of the greatest rock and roll albums of all time, metal albums of all time. If you want to call them metal, I call them just, I don't know, just beautiful, fantastic, great music of all time. And without a doubt. And then my most underrated album, just 30 years, on the not yesterday, the day before, on Thursday. Yeah, 30 years this album came out. And I remember getting Osmosis. And I remember when I got it, and I don't know why, I was always like, I was thinking like, because No More Tears was before that. So in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, every album that he has is like incredible. I'm like, usually because other bands, like, they were getting albums, and then it was like their new albums just, to me, they just, you saw them, you saw the force. You just saw that they weren't what they were like in the beginning, So then I put this album in, and it starts with off obviously with Perry Mason, and then after I heard that, I was like, oh my, like, I'm definitely wrong. And then it goes in, I Just Want You, and I was like, yeah, okay, I'm definitely wrong. And the vocal melodies on Osmosis, they're so good. Like the song Tomorrow, oh my God, and Denial. And then the old LA Tonight, with the piano, oh my God. And also 2 days before that, it was the anniversary of No Rest for the Wicked too. I forgot that though, but I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, it's just such a good album. Every song, and I was wrong. It's 10 songs with two uh bonus tracks on it. Uh but it's such a good album. And I remember also I Just Want You came on, and I knew about Perry Mason and I Just Want You before I got it though, because of the videos. And the video for I Just Want You, I mean, I loved it. I remember loving it as when I was, because I mean, how old was I then? Jesus, 95. That's 30 years ago. So no, I wasn't 10. I was 15. Yeah, 15. No, well, 16. So I was 16 years old. And it was just every song that just came out of there. Then the message, the writing on the wall. Oh man, it's so good. And the vocal melodies are just I love that. That's the episode that I've been working on. But with what's been going on with life, situations, being busy and stuff like that, just here with helping my father, and also traveling for the stock. and I need to finish that, and I'm gonna try to get it out this week. But that osmosis is just incredible. You don't have to keep the lights on. I'm so used to being blind. No more goodbyes or yesterday. I see. And this when he's screaming in it and the melodies though, like and then on the all right now, you don't have oh God, so good. So good. Gina has a lot of knowledge about Ozzy. Oh, I love it. I know. That's what said she, a lot about and Rand, like, with Randy Rhodes and stuff like that. She was fantastic with the first two albums. Every single thing, you know, she do those spot on. She's that Gina's one of you. Gina's is one of yous. Gina's me. She's used. I met her through here, and she used the community, and she threw up those pictures, and then she emailed, and then I was just like, oh, I was like, oh, you come on the show, if you want, and she's like, okay, I'll come on, and then that's how that started. So like I tell everyone, anyone can come on. Even on those episodes too, like if someone's like, "Oh man, I'd love to go on with them and talk about Bark at the Moon," then fucking then come on. Or anytime I'm live, someone's like, "Oh, okay, I'll come on. I'll go live. I'll drop the link. Come on." Like the door is always open here. Always. It's just a passion. It's just a celebratory page for Ozzy Sabbath, and that's what it is. And that's what it'll always be. And yeah. So, but very, very, very good knowledge, and it's great to just have someone too, though, who knows what they're talking about, just going back and forth, boom, 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 and it's great. And plus, even a lot of yous. I mean, I learned from yous. I'm sure maybe yous know some stuff that me and Gina said. Like that's what I love about this. Everyone just learns from each other, and you know, like when I used to say like, "Oh, I know everything about it." No, nobody knows like everything. But I mean, I have a very good, I would say, Aussie IQ. Very good. I wouldn't, I wouldn't start a page like this if I didn't. But my point being is that it just the memory. It's just incredible. Like to hear like the stories from like Victrola Lady and like and Witchy Woman, always in the house and Gina and all these like writing how you became fans of Ozzy and then like discussing certain albums and all of that type of stuff. It's just I love it. I love it. I just love the community here and just got to keep it rocking. Keep it rocking. Munchkin, why did you say that was a stupid question? I'm just out of just being out of curiosity. I should get old school though and like get like a separate little phone, like right, and be able to take like calls, like speaker calls. Well, actually, I could, though. I'm not getting my real number out. I mean, not saying I use are bad people, but I mean just openly online. But I'm saying, or just you get a spare one, you just put it on speaker because you can hear it. Because usually I play music, and they do erase them at the end of the episode. But the people who are live, they'll get to hear them. So, what are we playing tonight by Ozzy? What do we want to hear tonight? Last week, the last 2 weeks, we were going with a lot of Sabbath, which is great. Sent them to the universe. Remember that because Ozzy's vocals, I know it's just so ridiculous. They're so good. And Sabbath's just doing boom, 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 boom. See, now I don't want to hear that again. All right, what do we want to hear? How about something off osmosis? Just for the vocal melodies that I was talking about. mean, look at this. Perry Mason. I just want you. Ghost Behind My Eyes. Thunder Underground. See you on the other side tomorrow. Denial. Oh, that sounds fantastic. My Little Man. My Jekyll Don't Hide. Old LA Tonight. And the 2 bonus tracks. Whole World's Falling Down. And the song he wrote for his daughter, Amy. And he wrote one in here for his son, Jack, My Little Man. But this album's fantastic. I'm going in between two. What do we got? Do a Google Voice number because you mentioned something about it and I forgot what you said. Oh, okay. No, I got you. Yeah. But no, to answer your question, no, it wasn't though a stupid question. If you like knew me well, the knew what you would say to yourself, well, that's stupid to ask him. But because I always bring it up just in case there's like newcomers on or whatever. But no, absolutely not. This channel here will never be monetized at whatsoever at all. I could monetize it right now. I could have monetized this channel weeks ago, but absolutely not. And that's better though. Why would you? You know what I mean? Because then you don't have to go through commercials, ads, or anything though like that. So I have ADHD, so do I. So it's hard for me to retain information unless I'm studying for a midterm or final. No longer in school. I'm done with that. Congratulations. Yeah, no, I have that terribly too. I'm all over the place. I get it. I have ADHD also, silly munchkin. So no super chats? No. Uh, but you have what is that, a sad face? Why, what do you mean, what are super? I mean, I know what super chats are, but I mean, is there a difference in them though, besides just giving money out? Because I remember I was even saying to him, me and G were like, yeah, if this channel was able to, it was right in the beginning. It was like, if this channel is ever able to monetize, and I should have like, no, it'll be able to. It's freaking Ozzy. People are going to subscribe, which I mean, 3,000 of them in under 90 days is insane, But now it was 2 days. I started this channel 2 days before he died. Posted the first video the day before he died with him and Zach talking to Nikki Six. Yeah, and then the next day he passed. So yeah, like a solid 3 months, whatever. But that's still a very lot in a short period of time. It just shows the love. And but and there's you have to get a certain amount of watch time hours, and you have to have over 1,000 subscribers, I believe, to be able to monetize. So I've been able to do that for a while now. Well, not a while because this page off hasn't been a while, but I'm saying you know, but no, not happening. Not happening. Even if it hits 10,000, 15,000, 20, 50,000, no, not subscribing, monetizing. But then I think though YouTube will probably though won't move the content around as much, because what happens is they want you to be in business with them, because if you monetize with YouTube, what they do is they take 30% every month out of everything. So and everything is in watch time hours. It's not in subscribers. Subscribers don't mean anything. Everyone thinks it's all about subscribers. They mean nothing. They're just for if certain people want to have their page look like that. I mean, it's great to have. I mean, if you have subscribers that actually watch your stuff and engage, that's great. But I'm talking though, the business aspect of it is all watch time hours, and so you could have 1 million subscribers, but if only and you could even see in the stats, if only 20,000 of those 1 million subscribers watch your stuff, then you're relying on everything on one new. So, which happens, but then I have to plug in this one. get this cord from my laptop because the battery's almost going out. But that's how it works: is watch time hours, and then like for um if like people were like, if you do live chats, like when people give money, that money gets put on top of what you get every month. So like, they don't give you a freaking tax form or nothing. They just have you. They just take 30% of it out every month. I know that though from the other channels though that I've done. Yes, give minimum. Okay, so okay, so that's what you were talking about. Okay, because I wasn't sure if that was. I know that you could give money on them. I know there was something else with them too, but yeah, because every single time on this page, because there's a studio for this channel, and when I go to the studio for it, and I see this channel already has over, right? This channel has, I believe, over. Yeah, I looked at it today. It has 1,758,000 views. That's a lot. And I smile just because just shows how the universally loved Ozzy was. Like I smile. I love it. I just love it. Um Love it. Like we send a message, but you pay and pick the amount you want to pay for it. It goes from 2 to 1 or to yeah, but see, here's the thing though with me though, and everyone who's been watching me live should know how long was I on last time? 5.5 hours. Last week I did Friday and Saturday. For that was long, but like I get to every comment. Like I'm not gonna be like, someone's got to pay me. I actually even with other channels I'm on, I wasn't never like, oh, someone's got to pay $5 for me to read their comment. You know what I mean? Like I just like I can't do that. I'm a human. I'm a human being. Just ask me a question. I'll say I'll answer it if I could. Um, but um, but what most like what a lot of people do even if in situations that I understand it when there's freaking maybe you know 1,000 people in a chat or 2,000 people in a chat and someone wants to get their question heard. I completely understand that 100%. But I'm just saying that I know I know you have to do that when it's set up though that way. So, but I would never pay me $20 to answer. But I get though why though they do it though. I guess I mean especially if it's like this channel is just like a celebratory, no making money, no making money, sell like just celebration. Diehard fans that could do anything they want on this channel and try to get some good interviews and stuff like that and talk about albums and lives and build a good community. And that's what this one's for. What I was talking about before is like just the normal business of like, when you monetize how it goes down. And with the watch time hours and the views. And yes, that was a sad emoji. Nobody sad for well, I mean, once I answer your questions for free anyway. Sounds like a lot of work to own a monetized YouTube page. No, not at all. If you monetize it, all you do is you just hit the button and then they go over everything. And then you'll see if everything will just go green underneath, which means like it's like a green like money side, which just means it's monetized. And then either you could set up where you want your ads or you could tell them. And I even did it. I did it with the other pages that I did though have monetized with other people that I was teamed up with and stuff in the past. We would not even you don't have to do nothing. It would be I think you hit like mid roll, like and you just play and I'd have it play in the beginning and in the end. Because I'd hate like if someone's watching. I was more interested in someone watching the content, to be honest though with you, because I wasn't concerned about my money coming from YouTube or anything like that. Because I mean, whatever. But yeah, and then that's how it works though. And then if you do the like Munchkin said they'll have the supers. She's right though. People then could throw donations and do all that though type of stuff and for the channel and stuff. But this channel here, because a lot of people be like, oh, but it's your time. It's your. I don't mind. Listen, I love doing this. I have the time to do this. It's an honor for me though to be able to start a channel like this where great people from all over the world could get together, could talk, could go in a community, could post whatever they want. They could come on if whenever they want. They could want a video posted or whatever or about Ozzy or anything like that, and then you tribute to him. You can, so you know keep that in mind. Yeah, it's just more a button. It's just more a button, witchy woman. But what I was explaining is like in a studio, they like show the graphs and stuff, and I was like, and um, when Munchkin asked about though the supers though, it just adds up into a little kitty, and every once a month they pay a hundred, like it has to be over $100, and if you make over $100 a month, again, you could get 1 million subscribers and not one view, then you're not getting a penny. But it's all, like I said, the watch time hours, and and then yeah, on the 21st, then it just goes right into your card every month, including from supers, from whatever, from this, from that. Bunch of people are doing a bunch of stuff on it now. I'm not sure. I haven't my old channel I haven't been on in like long time. Haven't done anything. Not everything has to be about money. It's nice to have friendliness just to be friendly. Oh well, yeah. Well, well, especially on this channel too, is that's what I'm saying. It's not about money at all whatsoever, and I don't want it to be. It's just pure love, passion, and just great people. And yeah, that's that. I would listen after the Back to the Beginning concert though happened. I didn't even get to do though the show though yet, but I even had the thumbnail made up and all that because I for my other though channel, and then I I was already getting away from that channel and wanting though to go into the music though channel. And after the to the Beginning show, I was like, all right, I'm doing though a tribute channel to Oz. Because even if you look at all my other channels, if you go on the shorts, it's all it's a and if you go and if you saw my Facebook and I'm talking go back years, it's just a lot of Ozzy, a lot of Ozzy. And then I even remember from my last, I'm like, listen, because oh, look, I have the thumbnail here, rock and roll history with Loomis. And then, no, but every day though, I would just always sit there and be like, all right, so when Ozzy went to it was like, I would just always go to Ozzy. Not that I don't know anything else. I know a lot about music history. Don't get me wrong. But, um after the Back to the Beginning show and everything like that, I was like, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna have uh an Ozzy Osbourne tribute channel. And then what happened was I was like, so what I could do is I could still have other bands up and talk about other bands, which we do. We had a great discussion about them. And my good buddy Chris, shout out from Connecticut. I was just out that way yesterday. We did two episodes live that are still up about Ozfest, and he'll return though again though for more because he had other obligations though that he had to do. But I'm just saying that so it was up. I put that video up. And then after I put that video up, I remember I was like, I'll put a Metallica video up just on the statue, an educational one. I put that up. And then the next day is when I woke up and got kicked in the stomach with the news that he actually though passed away. And then it was just like full on, like, for Ozzy and Sabbath and, all that stuff. But I wasn't expecting, it to be, you know I wasn't expecting this to start it out like, the story. If you watch the first short that's on this channel, I know that I put a lot of shorts up, but, and I love doing it. Like, I'll just be sitting around, I'll just be like, yeah, I just love throwing free. I just love doing it. Just love doing it. I don't care how much time, whatever the hell. If I have time, it's an honor to do it. But anyway, it was just he was with Zach, and they went to play. They already, I guess they're on tour. They're in some town, and I believe it was the No Rest for the Wicked tour. And Zach and Ozzy's like, I want to go out. And they go out to, like, just a normal little dive bar down in whatever town they were in. And they Ozzy and Zach jump on the stage, and they end up playing with the house band Crazy Train and another song. They play two songs with them, and then they end up going to the people's house, like a normal house party, and Zach was like, he just screaming, it's the first video I put up, and I love it though too. It's just a great story. It's total Ozzy, and like I put in the description here, like, why is he loved so much? Like, besides the music, like, answer that question. Why is Ozzy Osbourne loved so much? Some of you write it right now if you don't mind in the comments. Like, why do you think he's loved so much? If you don't mind, but uh, and what did it did when Zach's like, the sun's coming up. He's like, I know Sharon, because he's talking about, like, the boss, and his wife Barb. He's like, I know. They're like, where are they? Because they have a gig to do that night in some huge freaking, probably giant stadium, and there's Ozzy in the kitchen holding court, with these people just chopping up lines, and that's why everyone though loves Ozzy, not because of chopping up lines or chopping up whatever. It's just he is just one of us who just happened to be, incredible, and happened to start, one of the best bands ever, if not the best band ever, Black Sabbath from Birmingham, and then go on to do what he did solo wise. It's just incredible. I really want a replica of his throne. You know what? I know. Imagine that. Um, Imagine that, an actual throne, having that. Not everything has to be about money. It's not exactly. I want a replica of that throne. The throne is beautiful. He also ordered that I believe that was the same throne, or at least part of it, at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'm starting to fall asleep. So good night, everyone. Hey, Witchy Woman, good night. I know I haven't started. I started this one at 11:35 at night, but I always said every weekend I'm going to come on once, just random, and just say hello to everyone and just have a random talk. Have a good night. So much can tell on Witchy Woman. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Gracie. He was loved so much because he gave us the love right back. Plus, he never made shit singers. He was the absolute fucking best. Yeah, absolutely though. And he was just totally uh he didn't lie at all, like, ever. He's just so honest, and, like, so I wanted to say, like, accountable, but I don't even think like he feels like, oh, I have to be accountable. That's just him. He's just so honest, and stuff that we think in our head or something that some people won't say, he would say. And, like, and plus, I mean, the music, the music alone is just, incredible. But there, even without the music though, too, because I know people who don't know the music. Like, you could ask me, like, about which musician played the guitar on this album or which musician played for him on this tour or whatever. And I'll know that. Like other, people who aren't into it like that, though, they still love him. And because it's obviously charisma, but it's also just his sheer honesty, and he never changed at all. And there's no one like him. Like there was no one like him before, no one like him will ever be after. Like, so he's a complete original. Usually someone that comes up, it's from they want it to be like someone else. Not saying that they want to be like, well, meaning that they're okay. So the other person, inspiration, like Marilyn Manson, right? Okay, you could take well, Ozzy's not shock rock, but Ozzy though is like still like kind of in a way he is in a way shock rock, accidentally from with the bad stuff. And well, that actually Diary of a Madman was a horror though type. It was so yes, he did do shock rock as well. But Alice Cooper though with shock rock and stuff like that though. So he had though, and which is fine. That's great. Every band in the world gets you know all their they want to be around without having certain other bands before them. But certain bands like Sabbath, um, who didn't have many, they were like they loved the blues. Uh, I mean, there's an episode of Ozzy with his son Jack, and they stopped at this harmonica place, and the guy has this guitar and drum set up, and they're playing, and like Ozzy even did the intro with like the harmonica, and he's rocking with and like because that's when he was the band the Rare Breeds, they were a blues band. Him and Geezer played in, so like they were like all blues and stuff, and then they real just changed to that to what to Sabbath, and it's just crazy. Like there's nobody before that. Like you're just like there's nobody. You can't be like, oh yeah, he loved the Beatles. Okay, yeah. He wanted to be the fifth Beatle. Okay, yeah. Nothing like the Beatles at all. But worships the fucking ground that their music walks on, and fucking they walk on. And his covers of the Beatles, I love. There are places I remember. And I love it. I love his cover of Working Class Hero, to John Lennon's song. He does it so fucking good. That's off the Prince of Darkness box set. It's so good. Working Class Hero from Ozzy. Give that a listen. He was the best. He made sure I got that already. Yep, he stayed originally like Lemmy did, straight up, no bullshit. Yeah, I know. And I just watched an interview with Ozzy the other. There was he yesterday in the hotel? Was it? It might have been immaterial, but my point being is, I just saw an interview with him though, where it was Ozzy dying and talking to someone, and he goes, "I miss Lemmy." Who the fuck was he talking to? But it's like he's just like, man, I miss. He's like, I miss Lemmy. I mean, they were real close, and um, yeah, Lemmy's just did. Lemmy was just same exact fucking guy. Fucking no change, no whatever. Just and well, but he's also a pioneer though too. I mean, come on, like Motorhead. I mean, they're responsible for. I mean, a lot of people just saying this isn't not putting down or like a jab at Sabbath, Ozzy, or anything though like that though. But I mean, you have to though also though give Motorhead though credit though for I mean, I don't hear their name enough as like they're definitely pioneers of fucking punk rock influence, fucking metal, grunge, fucking all that fucking shit, like without a doubt. I mean, yes, I know that, like we know that, but I mean, they should be on, and they are to me, like fucking. My point being is like, maybe it's just in my little world though, but there should be a fucking statue of Lemmy, just like the Statue of Liberty. And Ozzy. All right. Then I'll be high. That's my world, like in my head, I'm like thinking like, why didn't that happen yet? But that's what I'm saying. if you understand. Uh Kilo in the house. Kilo, I don't think you never, I appreciate you. No, that's Vaz. Sometimes you may have missed though, but I was like, there he is. And doesn't matter what time it is. I appreciate anyone though coming in tonight because I didn't even start this. I didn't even put this up until like I think 10, and I was supposed to come on. I think was it 11? I didn't even get on to like 11:40. But Munchkin says, "What's up, Kilo?" Okay, but wait, we're just talking about Lemmy did straight. Wait, whoa. He stayed original like Lemmy did, straight up no bullshit. Yep. And they also without the straight up bullshit too, um 17 days apart from their last show as well, which is crazy. Dave, what's up, man? I knew it. Yep, of course. I knew you were gonna say something about Metallica, but you're right. And a statue of Cliff as well. Hashtag bass solo take one. Yeah, man. Gina got to see Cliff though at the Master of Puppets Ultimate Sin tour. Well, the Ultimate Sin Master of Puppets tour in '86. And Dave, why do I always forget? Because me and you know each other for a while. I always forget if I'm the one that has a couple of years or you're the one who. I think you're the one that has a couple of years on me. Because like once I really got into Metallica Die Hard was when with Injustice for All. Because I knew about them. Uh but on Headbangers Ball though, when they played one, that's when everything just changed. And I'd go over. I remember my best friend Dave Hardy. I'd stay over his house, and he's like responsible for getting so many of us like playing music and stuff. But stay over his house and watch Headbangers Ball as kids and stuff. So, we're still in grade school, and those were the days. And that box set, and yeah. So I didn't know Metallica like, with like, well, actually there were no nobody did unless like you were actually on the scene with them or at their shows. Like if you were with them um out in San Francisco when they were out, there. If you were with them watching their shows, out in like New York when they were still trying to come up unless like I'm talking like worldwide eyeballs on them. Nobody really knew until I believe one was their first video, I believe. But Ozzy, just like with all of his Ozfest, like I always say, and Jansen Harris, my buddy's like, Megadeth, man, they're stopping now, and he's like, he's like, I think that good. He's like, I think that's good. It gives another band an opportunity, but then that's one thing I always want to say about Ozzy is that he he wasn't like, oh, I'm right here. Like he's like, boom, come on in, like come on in, like he put so many bands out there. It's mind boggling. No ego whatsoever, not worried whatsoever about who was, what it was, or whatever. And Metallica is a risky actor to follow during Master of Puppets. Look at this. We got Patrice Nicolucci. What's up, Nicolucci? Patrice, what's up? Hey, did you get the email I sent you about my Ozzy tribute band? No, but I put you on blast though, because if I didn't, then why not though? Put you on public so I can make up for it. I just got back from traveling and I apologize. If you emailed, let's see. Yes, I did. In a, in a local for you, yeah, but it's not real for me. Ever called so Madhouse. So, guys, check out Baltimore, Maryland area called Madhouse, an Ozzy tribute. Sorry, you're called Madhouse and Ozzy tribute, correct? Facebook page for vids. Let me know what you think. Love to come on the show. Maybe yeah, you got boom. Yes, done. Done. Tell me when. And then what we'll do is you let me know you want to come on no live, or if you want to do like a pre-record actual interview though, where I could put up images and actually edit it up and put up some of your music and stuff like that. That's what I usually do on other channels. Is like when I interview people, is I'll interview them and pre-record it, and then you know make it a normal video, because lives could just die off, and then maybe they'll come back on a live if they wanted. They'll do that, but yeah, 100%. Definitely check. Let me see if I could. You know what? Real quick, here, let me do this real fast. Perfect. All right, so he just follows these on Facebook. I could just go copy the link. Everyone in the chat, give this a click and a follow right about. Hold on. I always have to do this. It never lets me go right in. 1 second. This is into boom. Next. Next. All right. Here we are. Got it. So that was called Madhouse. I said that right, right? I got that right. Madhouse. Yep. I'll go click here. Think. And then let me put that in there. Paste. Boom. There it is. Got it. Hit that link right there, folks, and check them out and give them a follow as well. And yes, just follow up on the email I sent back, and we could easily set that up 100%. And thank you so much for reaching out. Really do appreciate it and appreciate what you're doing. That's cool that you guys play. You guys need a keyboardist? I know, I pretty much know all of Ozzy's songs. Not everyone, I'm sure. I mean, I'd have to sit down though and learn though, like a few. But I mean, he's the reason why I play. But no, I wouldn't even have the time to. I mean, if you're out in Baltimore, I'm in Pennsylvania in the Scranton Wilkes-Barre section. You're about probably 5 hours from me. I'm driving anyway. Madhouse and Ozzy tribute. Yep. Okay. So Madhouse and Ozzy tribute. Got it. Got it. Just like this channel here. Got the name and then the tribute. Into the void, but I don't have the name though on there. Ozzy Osbourne tribute. So we got Madhouse and Ozzy tribute. Beautiful. Yeah, guys, definitely show support. Click that. I already hit the follow button on that. And that is that's their Facebook page. And if there's any other if you have any other links, man, that you want me to put up, I could actually put it up in the what do you call it? Post. I mean in the post, yeah, in the post section too. And you could also, if you want, everyone, that's what we tell everyone, if you're subscribed to this channel, like this channel here isn't monetized, or it's not like a money grab channel. It's strictly passion out of my love for obviously Ozzy though, but then everyone else's that came on board. Like this channel didn't just started like not 2 days before he passed, and it's already past 3,000 subscribers, and I just want other people to come on and they can do whatever they want on it and stuff. It's not, I don't look at it like my channel. So you just hit the community and you could post whatever you want about your shows or anything like that, or I'll post something if you don't mind in the post section on this channel as well. 100%. So just to give you a heads up. No, we don't use a keyboard player. Then what do you do for Crowley? What do you do for I can name a lot of songs. You get me in there, we could add Old LA Tonight. We could add You're No Different. We could add Killer Giants. We could add Mr. Crowley, the intro, and well, yeah, you don't really need. I get it. I can see how Crowley, the guitarist, could do it, and the bass. But nah, I totally understand. But and plus, I'm like half kidding. Like if I was able to pull it off and had the time, I would love to be able to do that. But I absolutely wouldn't be able, especially where I live now and what I do. It would be impossible. But it just would be fun. Oh, okay, gotcha. How long have you guys been playing for together? And it's you say up so a lot. You do Ozzy and Sabbath tunes. You got anything up on online here? I could pull up. I'll pull it up right now. Hold on. There, then there, now, now. Bear with me, folks. All right, let's see. All right. Oh, well, anyway, that's from a different though gentleman. But so people, just so everyone understands, though, they are though on YouTube. But that is an hour and like 48 long though video. And but it's Madhouse and Ozzy Osbourne tribute. But I don't think that is the YouTube page. Yes, there is a YouTube page, Madhouse and Ozzy Osbourne, an Ozzy tribute over to no. Well, this here though says Madhouse and Ozzy tribute over the mountain, but it doesn't say the song though. It's just because the title is Madhouse Live Over the Mountain and Madhouse and Ozzy tribute. This is them. Mass has to be them. Madhouse and Ozzy tribute. Found it. Yep. And you guys could just get it. I'll just show you it so you could see it for yourselves. So then you know, because we like to help out and and share the positivity and boom, boom, boom. There it is. If you could see it there, that's the YouTube Madhouse. No, is it? I don't know. Actually, I don't think I pulled it up. I got to do this thing. My apologies. There, that's the YouTube page. Hit that up. Check it out and subscribe up. I'll go back over my subs. Where's that? Subscribe. Bink. Subscribed up right there. So everyone's got that. Yeah, man, that's cool. Thank you so much, though, for reaching out. I appreciate that. And thanks for giving me a heads up on the email. I had a long freaking road trip the past 2 days, and I thought it was set on this page, and it was actually set, though, on the other email. So thank you. And yeah, definitely 100%. Appreciate that. Secret Loser, another classic tune, not often about classic lines, fighting a losing battle, pretend to win. Oh, but yeah, Dave, without doubt, 100%. I started the band in 2015. Now I have different players. Got it. I mean, if you start a band in 2015, yeah, you're and 10 years in, you're definitely gonna have different players. It's just the way that it rolls. I don't have much on YouTube. No, I hear you. I was just, I just wanted to see if you had something to know up on there. I get it. I have You know, a lot of great, real good bands that actually don't even. And I tell them like, I'm like, "Where's your YouTube channel? Utilize that." And but some do, some don't. Not often heard. But are you still crying, Dave, about the fact that Ozzy blows Metallica away? Facebook has the latest vids. Got that. And I'm only kidding around though. That's my buddy Dave from Arizona. Just because I'm breaking his balls. What's up, Crolaney? How are you? Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate that. We all do here. Thank you, Crolaney. And we made Facebook our home base. So Facebook's your got it. Got it. Yeah, Facebook's I've been the videos I share on Facebook, especially like we know I just did this dummy trailer that's like our real trailer is gonna be released commercially for the project that I'm working on. But I for on Facebook though, I was releasing for like the past 3 months and fucking videos were fucking just like they were like soaring. And Facebook's a good though home base though to have. It definitely is. And I like Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, bro. Bail Buster, my brother. How's your shoulder doing? I mean, how's your back? Same Dave or what? I can't stop watching the Osbourne show. Yeah, actually, I put up a short of just a funny one because people were emailing in because on this channel here, Crier, I know for the people who watched, they're probably like, oh, he's got to say it again. But anyway, I do. It's an unmonetized though, just tribute channel though to Ozzy, where anyone though could go in the community if they're subscribed. They could post anything. They could put pictures of anything. They could come on if they want to. They could do this or they could do that. Just because I started it doesn't mean it's just mine. This is just a tribute to the Ozzy and Sabbath and all that good stuff. So just know that. And so people were emailing me because I was putting because I'm a diehard music, and I'm a musician. I love music, and I put up a lot of obviously Ozzy is a musician, so I mean obviously I'm putting up a lot of clips of him, whether it's whatever type of music or just that, but people that were asking no for some clips of like Osbournes and stuff like that. So I was like, yeah, okay. So I think I got two. I made like 9 of them. So just for the people that asked for those, stay tuned. And yeah, and that's another thing too. Like if people, if you don't want to make a video or whatever, you could just like text and be like, hey, could you make like a video of this and blah blah blah, and I'll probably say as long as it's positive and about Ozzy and Sabbath or whatever, I'll say okay, sure. This is just passion. This channel here. I, I found your channel through the shorts. Yeah, I figured, yeah, because there's a lot of there's a lot of movement on them. I mean, because the channel started 2 days. I started this channel 2 days before he passed away. And last week when I was on here, and then another person just from the community in the chat, Stokes, she does shows with me on Monday, Gina. We are on and we are like, thank you for 2,000 subs. And then, and now this week it's like, thank you for 3,000 subs. And that's through like it's through the shorts that people that were watching and commenting and stuff like that. And that's why I always try to get at least, 2 of them out a day during the week, and at least one a day on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But we love though when people come in. This is just like tonight is. I always tell everyone it's like every either Friday or Saturday, because right now I'm caretaking for my father who's in home hospice. So whenever I have time, and I travel a lot, finishing up a documentary. So whenever I have time, I like to just come on here. So there's no set thing on the weekend. So like these little things, it says like episode 3. This is just like I didn't come on at 11:30. Last week was 9:30. It's whenever I can. But Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern is like the Clockwork Lives. And anyone who wants to come on the channel, just like I know I always say it, but I really do mean it. And you'll see that. Well, you see it with Gina, and then you'll see it with Madhouse and Ozzy Osbourne tribute. I, the stuff I just shared there, their Facebook and everything like that. Hopefully, they'll come on, and or someone from there will come on, and yeah, that'll be great. It'll be so. Email the channel there, and that is that with that. So let me see. Got everything right. We made for you. Okay. Yep. All right. I'm good. So I'm good. Up, but then I just got up between eight. Wait, sorry, Dave. Between 8 and 9 on pain scale, my bicep tendon inside the shoulder joint is shock because severe. I got you mean 8 and 9 on pain scale? Then that sucks, buddy. Sorry about that, man. I feel terrible for anyone who's fucking living in fucking just pain. It's terrible. Don't take the health though for granted. Ever since watching those documentaries too, man. Like with that my take I made on Ozzy, like everyone's like, yeah, he got to see everyone go, but I'm like, yeah, but was he in agonizing pain like the last like 3 years or 4 years or 5 years of his life? Like that's like he was in a lot of but I at least wish I was able to find some relief. Like I wish, buddy, you could find at least somewhere like where you could at least find some relief. Like that's what I keep making with my father. Like, we gotta keep him comfortable, obviously. So just like some relief. Like I just fucking hate pain. Like I don't wish pain on fucking nobody anymore. I used to wish pain on people growing up when I was a whatever, but I don't do that anymore. I don't wish pain on nobody. You watched him on YouTube, Perlaney. I believe though, like right after he passed, though, that they just ended up though put up though the episodes like up nonstop. I believe. I couldn't even watch anything on Ozzy until like at least like I believe it was the first month. I want to say I made like videos and stuff like that on mute and stuff that from like Don't Blame Me, the documentary, which is fantastic. If you haven't seen it from Ozzy, and what the hell is the but I mean I made stuff, but the first month it was just I was like, you can't. And now though I could. Like, like a lot of people are like, dude, you want to, watch the mom coming home the last time, I did though. I remember I was, a clip I watched a lot is when Ozzy got choked up singing that song. And when Zach like goes over towards the acoustic guitar to like, to help him out because his voice was like cracking and like he was getting upset and he knew it was like the last time. Uh, that was fucking awesome. Yeah, that's great. What do you got, Dave? Yeah, I don't wish this on anyone. Yeah, man, it sucks, man. It sucks, man. Life is tough for a lot of people. It's tough on people that especially got to go out in a way that's like that too. That they got to like disintegrate it little by little, like by little. And I don't want to get morbid here or whatever, but like my father told me, like he told me, my brother 2 weeks ago, he's just like, why the fuck didn't I just have a fucking heart attack? Instead of, we watch like our superheroes like fade away every day and when they get sick, and it's fucking terrible. And but then at the same time though, it's like you can never prepare. So it's like what would be better? But me in my own shoes, I mean, I would just wherever I go, I just want to done. I'm gone. Um, but that just sucks. It sucks. But that's part of life is lost, man. You gotta just you gotta be grateful for all the great memories that you have from these people. And that's the silver lining right there is great. Be grateful that you had them in your life. That's what it's all about. And yeah, yeah. All right, I'm getting get me all emotional now here. I get you on my headphones, but I got you on my headphones. Need to lurk for a bit, trying to get my children. That's what you meant about lurking. I thought you were talking about like, oh, I'm lurking. Last time when you were on, I was like, well, what? That's okay. Like I thought you meant like you were like lurking in here, but like you felt like bad, like if you were like talking in the chat or something. And I was like that. I saw see that's messages always get misconstrued all the time, and that's my fault. But I'm saying though that now I know what you mean because lurking for a lot of people wherever they're from means like something different in a way. But I got you. I got headphones. Need to lurk for a bit, trying to get my children to go to sleep. And also too, they do your thing. I mean, absolutely, Munchkin, do your thing. Yeah, bro, Bail Buster got that. Oh, here we go. What do we got? Dean. It's a miracle he lived as long as he did. What a life he had. There's Dean Brandt, 2740. Ocho. What's up, Dean? Um, it's a miracle he lived. Yeah, but you know what? I was thinking this today too, man. Not only like did he like live like, because they know, and if you've seen the one short, speaking of shorts that I put up, that's what he's like, it's time. And that's, from the documentary and stuff. And he's talking about like, his life come to an end and all that type of stuff. It's a miracle as well that like he didn't have to like do that last like it would have been quick. Because he said I got to get back up there. I got to make sure, and that's great that he did. And but the fact of that, like, I mean, how many shows do you play? You're in. You made the Rock and Roll of Fame. You're in. You know everyone loves you, but that's the thing. With Ozzy, he didn't. Even if you tell him to, you could tell Ozzy, "Philly, you're blue in the face. We love you." He wouldn't blick. He just that's how he is. So for him though to get at least to be able to get to see that and all that, but the fact that he fought though to be able to get back up there, and that's a huge risk too, man, because of his heart and stuff. And if you look at the documentaries, like when they're checking his blood pressure constantly, and the thrill of the people and stuff, and reducing pain medication and all that type of stuff, like he took though that risk, and he didn't give a like how Ozzy is. He's like, I'll die up there. He would. And yeah, it's a miracle that he lived as long as he did. He should. I remember 20 years ago, I thought he was gone. I thought he was done. Just that. Then another time he got real sick. One time, I believe, before that ATV accident, before the Osbournes and all that. So I forget what year is that. My buddy Pete, just because Pete's the one that turned me on to Ozzy when I was probably in. Jesus, I don't even know how old I was. It's probably like 9, 10. But no, he turned me into him like hardcore, like listen to all albums. Like I was like by that age, like 9, I was more like songs, and my parents don't like Sabbath though, so they had Paranoid, which is cool, and Master of Reality, which is my favorite Black Sabbath album, and and Paranoid, that album's just freaking incredible. That just came out 55 years ago. It's a miracle he lived as long as he did. What a life, though. Yeah. And yeah, just like you said, Ozzy was driven. He truly loved his fans. And then the other thing too, though, is that though, like he's not like, oh my God, I gotta get back up there so I could leave money for my family because I'm dying. I could no, I gotta get back. It wasn't a money grab. It was for fucking charity. Like that's how much he loved his fans. It was like how many artists could you say like truly love like their fan, like truly like, and he really like I mean he does. He can't do like there's some things he can't live without his wife, his family, and he can't live without he can't. That's why he was never able to retire. He tried it a bunch of times. That didn't work out though too well though. And if he didn't pass away, or if he didn't get diagnosed with Parkinson's, and have all that. That's a man that would have just kept going and going and going and going and going until it was, unless his voice just completely went and just like, you know, he just fizzled out. He was just there was just too much in him, and that's why I said I had to eat my humble pie in the video that I made on the um my take video. And a lot of people even said to me, they're and I was shocked because I thought I was gonna get some like, hate and stuff like this, but people said to me in the video section that it's up now. They say to me, Loomis, I agree with you. They're like, I had the same, I used to feel the same way though about Sharon and stuff. And because I said, because I'm very honest and very transparent, but I told him, I said though that I used to think though, because then I had a reason on that episode. It's a short episode. If you have time, check it out. It's in the video section. But I say in that episode, like, did she like push him too much? Did she do? And then like, then you watch these like two documentaries, and you're like, no, he always wanted to be up on the fucking stage. He always wanted to fucking be doing this, doing that. When the Post Malone thing first like happened, and I have no problem with Post Malone whatsoever. But me, like I'm an old head, like Ozzy, like metalhead, like whatever. Like I think, well, what's going on with that? Well, guess what? After I didn't realize what was going on behind the scenes. Like that helped him, to get back into freaking. Like he was in a rut and just a huge depression. And it's just an example of who the fuck are we? Like we don't know nothing. Like and who are we to assume, including myself? And I had to eat humble pie. I had to eat humble pie. And I do envy Ozzy Osbourne in the fact that like I don't even know if love like that even freaking exists between though him and her. But yeah, I ate humble pie about Sharon Osbourne. She's a boss of a lady, and I mean I always knew she was a boss of a lady, but I any type of thing that I little disdain that I might have thought about her, I have to say I was wrong. I was unequivocally wrong. So, and if you guys watched both those documentaries, it's rough. It's rough. I thought honestly, I didn't realize when I watched it, I didn't realize he was only out in England for that short of amount of time. I was like, what the fuck? I thought it said I thought it said 24. Yeah, I barely even like paid attention to the bottom. Like, yeah, that was 2024 at least. He's like, no, he was only out there for basically 3 weeks or so. It's just that's sad. Sucks, but Bloody Sabbath is my favorite. Falling close to that sass. Yeah, we played Sabotage. We were playing some stuff off Sabotage the other night. Bloody Sabbath's fucking great. Mine's Master of Reality. And it's very close between so Master Reality is number one, but I'm saying though from Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, and Volume 4 of. Sorry about that, Volume 4. Sorry. I screwed that up for a second. Hit that microphone. I drew to a brain word, but I want to play hold on. Here's my thing. I mean, the whole album's fantastic. I mean, it's fantastic. But this is my song right here. Oh wait, actually, you know what? Let me go to my premium account. So this way commercials don't pop up. Sabbath, Miriam, where's my song at? Yeah.
Waiting's overrated. With TD Early
the
Pay,
limited
get your
premium,
paycheck
of
up to
course.
2 business days early for free.
Come on.
You have to be quite
Still two. And this is, look at this. I'm not even like, this is premium. I thought there's no commercials. Yeah. It's going to sound like this album. And that was, yeah. See, I like to go to. So what happens is at the end of this, I have to hit like edit out, and then it'll skip for if people watch after. So then I just pause it at times. But yes, how you said, Ozzy's vocals are hard to replicate. I remember like when I went to go see an Ozzy Osbourne cover band, they were fantastic too. They were called Believer, and we went to see them, and this was fucking back in 2005 or 6, 7, maybe. It's whatever, but the vocals were like, they were there, but if I went there though, like you have to have the little Ozzy twang, obviously, but it's so hard, and it doesn't matter how good of a singer you are either. You know, his voice is just so distinct, and I love it. Like I always say, fucking get like. There could be an album Ozzy Osbourne sings "Ring Around the Rosie," and I'll listen to it. I love it. Pretty much anything with his vocals on, I love. But 100%, all the Black Sabbath was badass with Ozzy. I know people get mad on, not mad, but in my mind, and again, don't attack me, but in my mind, doesn't mean that I'm right at all. It's all subjective, but the real Black Sabbath to me was Ozzy Osbourne, Geezer Butler, Tony Iommi, and Bill Ward from like the same area, and it got to get like, to me, like that's the real Black Sabbath. Everything after that was more like corporate, from this talent agency to this talent, and that's not a knock on Dio. He's incredible. Don't get Heaven, Hell, and Hell is incredible, but like if Heaven and Hell came out right? And because they had like a different sound and everything too. Like if that came out like on its own, there was like a different band. I'd be like, holy fuck, incredible! But I'm not knocking that at all. I'm just saying though, to me, the real Sabbath is the original four, and that's not saying that the Sabbath with Dio is that I don't like it, because I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the original four to me. That's just me. Doesn't mean I'm right. Most of our sets are the first two Ozzy solo albums. Well, that's great. We just started. They're the first two that we were talking about. Yeah, not beautiful. Major Sabbath hits: War Pigs, Paranoid, Fairies Wear Boots, Iron Man. Nice, man. Nice. My favorite song off my favorite Sabbath. That's Spy. That's it. That's my jam. That's I had to play it. I just saw a video of Iomi today too. Like showing people like how he's playing it on the acoustic. He, I bumped the cross accidentally. I live only an hour's drive from Welder's house, Buckinghamshire, where he passed away. He was just around the corner, man, and I never saw him. Got it. So you're right there, right where he's no shit. And that's where he's buried too. He's buried at home. And in that documentary too, and I was watching, he wanted to get back to England. And listen, man, they say that people know when the time's coming, and I was just shocked because I thought I thought it was like I say this every week. I thought it was a situation where, and whatever, he passed, and we could say this all the time or whatever. He passed. He's not paying anymore. He's a legend. He'll never be forgotten. People will be talking about him like this for fucking eons and eons. But I thought it was like a thing that like he got up there, he did it, and then like afterwards, then like his family and he was like real sick, and then to go and go. No, I didn't realize like Jack like was with him for a week, and then he flew back to LA afterwards, and and it was just a heart attack thing, and it was like, oh man. But at the same time, like you see him in in the short that I put up, and which is from that one documentary, he says it's time. Like he knows, like it's so they know. Like, well, my father obviously knows because he has weeks left and he's on home hospice, and he told me, and he's like, on the like that, but that's different though, because I mean he just definitely knows, as opposed to just having like a heart attack. Because I don't know. I always hear they say like when you get older, though, they say you could pass. It's like when people retire, they seem to pass like right after. And if you don't have like a passion to keep you going, and I don't know. And Ozzy had that passion. He promised to get back up on that stage. It was like the most metal thing ever. Got back up there, killed it, and fucking and then passed away. But I don't think like it was like, okay, I got the show now, I could just rest. No, like he loved his family. He still wanted to live. He was home. You saw that, he was just got out there with, and what Sharon did for him for that house and everything. I mean, like what the fuck? Like, it's tough. I wish that he had I wish he got some more time to relax and yeah. We got that. I call the Dio years heaven and hell. Not said. So do I. So do I. So it's exactly, and that's not a knock on Dio at all whatsoever. What's the way? Why would I be knocking Dio? It's not his fault. You know what I mean? He had nothing to do with Ozzy and Sabbath when they got rid of him at the time and all that. But if you saw that documentary, and I mentioned it, and I mentioned it in the episode of My Take, Ozzy's watching Ronnie James Dio videos, towards the end of his life, because he felt terrible and stuff about like, not really like talking to him and having another like, it's like, it just goes to show you like Ozzy had like no ego at all, none. Today was my birthday. I'm 60 and performing his music. Oh, nice. So then where are we at right now? It's 1:31 a.m. So it still counts. You're one of those guys after midnight. No, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Patrick. Nice. Happy birthday, my man. Definitely got to put some tunage on though for that. Dun, 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 dun. There's another one of mine. Killing yourself today. Paramount Plus. And then there's that one, Coming Home. That's on YouTube. Dude, that's the show where Iommi is so yacked out of his mind. He's like, his teeth, his fucking lips are like this. His jaws in the next town over. Oh, the amount of blow they were doing. God, must have been a good time. Must have been a blast. And then back in those days, these weren't around in my day, Quaaludes. So I imagine Quaaludes, I wondered, because in my day, could it come off the blow? Because you can't do blow these days with the fentanyl and shit. It's terrible. You can't even do coke in the country, right? But, and I'm not telling anyone to do any of that. It's just don't get shit off the street anymore because it's terrible. Because you could die. But, I don't know what I was gonna say. I just don't do drugs. All right. Anyway, next. Happy birthday to Patrick again. Absolutely, buddy. Happy birthday to you, my man. And I put on two of the songs that you love off that album, Spiral Architect, and Killing Yourself to Live. We have similar no taste. And I also too call the Dio Sabbath Heaven and Hell as well. No drugs or drink for me. Me neither. In 4 years. Well, it'll be 4 years, November 26th. I used to drink a lot, though. I haven't drank on longer than that, but no drugs. For coming up on 4. So there she is. I brought you up earlier. See how it says EB. I was talking about Victrola. I was like, oh my! I used to think EB and Victrola, like, they were two different people, and I felt terrible. But what's going on? Thank you for being here, Victrola. We got Patrick in the house. It's his birthday, and he's in an Ozzy Osbourne cover band. And we were just jamming some tunes and talking. And I put his link up here. I put his link for his band. I got it. I'm on top of this, even without a producer. Boom. Madhouse, an Ozzy Osbourne tribute. You click on there. You can give him a follow if you'd like. And we're just having our normal random routine weekend live where we just are talking about Ozzy Sabbath and life, all that good stuff. So I hope all's well at you. He actually had me getting a conversation with my mother the other day about 8 tracks. And she was talking like about all like the different numbers and like names and like and like where they everything like really originated though in the late 1800s, I believe. And and then it when I forget the guy's name with the why can't I think, with they come up like a horn. Help me out. Why can't I think? Xylophone? No, but I can't even fucking think. I'm an idiot. I'm so freaking worn out. I don't know, but we had like a little history, like little talk about all of it and how people used to call them numbers and and with the and LPs and this and that. And then when I was talking to her, I was like, I should have had more conversations with her like this. It's like, why didn't I? She actually knows what the fuck she's talking about. And but yeah, it was great. All good. I'll be getting in Judas Priest and Ozzy Osbourne solo 8 track. Tell come on. Listen, what do I gotta do to get an Ozzy one? I mean, you could give it, is there like a price? Because I'll be able I'll be able to manifest that, no problem. Like if you found me an 8 track of Blizzard of Oz or Diary of a Madman, I would fucking I don't even know what I'd do. But or I don't care if it's anyone, you know what I mean. But here's my question to you: if 8 tracks though weren't though being made though you can't though get them though, right? Unless, someone wants an 8 track of it, then it's specially made, obviously, because we all know, obviously, it came out though on LP and everything like that. But what I'm saying though is like with 8 tracks, are you saying though people too want, and I mean, I would, why not? Like, but I mean, like people want custom 8 tracks. Like, are you saying like, even if there wasn't an 8 track from an album that was done, like, let's just hypothetically say, well, I don't even know why this album jumped in my head, Pearl Jam 10. I don't know why it jumped in my head, but I just saw the red of that album, Pearl Jam 10, right? There was never an 8 track for Pearl Jam 10. Okay. My question to you is like, could one be made? Not meaning like by like the people who made them in big companies. I mean like by you. Like is that something though that you do uh, or no? Yeah, really? Oh no shit. No shit. Hold on. Don't know. It keeps changing my name on here. Don't, you're not the only one. The same thing happened to I believe she just left Witchy Woman as well with the names. Oh, those are signature. Oh, yes, exactly. You just said it. Thank you very much. Yep, they are going to run $44 for Ozzy Osbourne, Blizzard of Oz, and the Diary of a Madman, up to $65. Well, you know what? These are original 8 track tapes that I'm getting. Yes. Yeah, but when you say original 8 track tapes, though, are you saying that you're getting the actual 8 track of those out? Because they didn't make 8 tracks for those albums, did they? Because I could be wrong with the years. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a know-it-all with 8 tracks at all. Like I don't know, or pretend to know. Hold on. Did Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman ever come out on 8 track? Yes, both the soundtrack for The Wizard of Oz and Ozzy oh, wait. Oh, wait. It goes, yes, both the soundtrack for The Wizard of Oz and Ozzy Osbourne's album Diary of a Madman were released on 8-track tape. Ooh, so was Blizzard. Well, yeah, I'm an idiot. That's 80, 81. I mean, sorry, 81, 82, because they came out 80, 81. Is what because they came out boom, boom. When I was born in 81. There they are. There they are. Right there. It might work in a well, but anyway, yeah, they did. So when you see, so are they the ones that you're saying like were made in like, hey, I heard Blizzard of Oz, or yes, they made these 8-track tapes. Yes, until 84, 84. Okay, beautiful. Done, done. So you're saying these are original 8-track tapes. So when you're saying that, yes, you also said yes, you could get a custom one if you want a freaking new age, freaking yada yada yada. Yeah, yes, we could do that could be done. Okay, but no, with these two, no, I mean no moving forward, meaning the albums that you're getting, Diary and the 8 tracks, excuse me, that you're getting of Diary, Blizzard, you're saying are the original Diary and I mean Blizzard and Diary 8 tracks that are out there from Ozzy, and that's what they're going for. And so then that means what? And you just said that the price on them was let's see. All right, so $44 and $65. So that it comes to 100 and see how tired I am. That comes to $109, and then we just get rid of that $9, and then we go an even 100 for the package. Done deal. Sold to the gentleman, right? No, I don't know. You don't have to take the $9 off, but yes, I bought my 8-track tapes from eBay. Yeah, but she's also though like she's an 8-track like surgeon. She's an 8-track practitioner. She's an 8-track like general. Meaning like you know what I mean? Like she fixes them. She knows how to, she which blew my mind because which and I love it too that people are like all like into that because especially like around here and stuff like that, you don't hear about it. Like I have a few 8-track tapes here. And I don't even know if I'm saying that right, 8-track tapes, but I have a few 8 tracks, I should say here. And I don't know, there's just something though about them though. But I like though that there's some type of market out there though that she could like, she fixes them. She could even make you just get I guess you just get the fucking you get a blank fucking 8-track, I'm assuming for the ones that you make that is anything post 84, and you put it on like a blank tape in a way, and then you could just get the sticker and design it all up or whatever. But I don't know. I like that the old antique stuff that are big and fixing and all that. But you got me though down a rabbit hole of education though, which I mean, besides just knowing about what band did this and what when did this band come out with this album and who was the guitarist of this and this and that and but like you took me down like a whole rabbit hole of like the whole history of 8-track then down to record, vinyl, all of it, Victrola, and it was great. Like hours, like worth, like not just like learn, like I knew like the names, and like I knew, like that vinyl didn't though come out really though. I believe it was 1948 though, like when they first like for like full length, an LP. I believe it was in 48 came out. I'm sure you know the answer to that, but I'm just mind blown by just the I don't know, just I'll sound like an idiot if I was gonna say what I was just gonna say, so I won't say it. Bark at the Moon will be 199 for an 8-track tape. Okay, and now that's because now of the uh what's the word? The availability, correct? Oh no, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh no, well, Bark at the Moon though. Yeah, well they were made. They made those. But you know what though? That they probably were making those and then it probably got cut, right? Right around that time. So there's probably more of Diary and more of Blizzard out there than Bark at the Moon. Is that why? See, I'm already getting good at this, folks. I'm just like, but no, is that though the reason? No, I'm being dead serious too. Like I'm totally into this. It depends on the album and artist, Patrick. Same on higher demands. Yes, also Hit Parader came out in the 40s. Yes, you were right, Loomis. Yes, so that's what I figured because so they were making the Bark at the Moon and then fucking boom, stop because we're done with these. We're moving over to fucking cassettes. And after all that stuff, um, yeah. So because you would be like in my mind at first, I was like, well, and I love Bark at the Moon's an incredible album. I love it to death, but I really like it a lot. But Blizzard and Diary I like a lot more. Like, you think, oh, get a cold, fresh fucking 8-track of those two. Where just Bark at the Moon by itself is more though than them just because that is when they were probably in the warehouse, so to speak, being I was just gonna say pressed, but whatever you call the word being made, and then production stopped on them because yeah, that makes sense. Basic economics, supply and demand. If there's not a lot of supply and there's a big demand, the price is gonna rise, folks. I'm not laughing at you at all, Victrola lady. I'm just in a goofy, like tired. Like if you knew my week traveling goofy mood, hotel-y type mood, and it's just good to be home. And so I'm just laughing at my stupid goofy self, but I could talk about vinyl, 8-track, all that for freaking ever for hours. And the history lesson that I just got on, and I always knew like about when full length came out, I believe it was 48, but just to go way way back, it really though actually came out in the late 19th century though. Um, not LPs, but I forget the fucking exact name of them. Um, fuck, and then they have the number ones. I believe it are 72s and or 78s. Was it? Fucking up. Anyway, I do that a lot, folks. Don't mind me. That's crazy that people still have 8-track players. Yep, I have one. I have one downstairs, and then I also have um wait, I have a cassette deck, CD player, and turntable. Yep, I have one of those old school ones, and so Victrola, the one that you put up that you have, I fucking love though the look of that and all that, and that the vinyl store downtown here in Wilkes-Barre though, they have one of those that looks just like it, and it's I'm you're like getting me into this whole like 8-track like type thing, and so I want to see though what my I gotta get the I gotta look into like the 8-track market more, meaning like is it gonna be like is it a market where okay, I get that and then I get an 8-track and then it's hard to get 8 track like certain like 8-tracks, like like is it gonna be I'm sure it is, I don't know, but it's definitely worth it. So I should get the fucking thing. But I'm also on a vinyl though kick, and I always be. I just love vinyl, and I love buying it, and I love opening it, and I just love it. Um, but you definitely got me into a whole different thing. I have 5 8-track players in my collection, Patrick, all run except one machine. Nice. How about so Victrol? I want to ask you the yes, the Eddie, some wax cylinder players. That's now there it is. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate that. Dave, my man, I love 8-track plate. Dave, what's up, Dave? I have 2 boom boxes. I got a boom box too. I love it. I have those Edison wax cylinders too, and have 5 wax cylinder players. Nice. See, that's the shit that I love. I can talk that shit all day. I love that, and because it just piques my interest so much. And I went down a rabbit hole though with that, and then what happened though was I think 2 companies though went, and then like they weren't working, but then when they got together though, then he was the man. What the fuck? What the hell was his name? Hold on. I think it was. I think that's who you just said. But history of vinyl.
Vinyl's history started with early sound recording.
Yeah. So, all right. So obviously, though, with the early recording devices, with the phonograph, obviously in the 70s, and all right. So Mill Berliner, who developed the first flat disc records in 1877. So that's a Mill Berliner, which were initially made of shellac. The Great Depression caused a scarcity of shellac, leading to the invention of vinyl, polyvinyl chloride, as a more durable and flexible alternative in the 1930s. The 1948 introduction of the 12-inch 33 1/3 RPM long play LP. So whenever you see LP, that's long play record by Columbia Records, and the 1949 introduction of the 7-inch 4/5 RPM single by one of those who I've a ton of RCA established the format still in use today. So most people, those last ones I said are like what the ones most people know about. I have or whatever. Early development and the rise. Before vinyl sound was recorded on wax cylinders, Thomas Edison invented the phonograph in 1877. Man, what I do for a phonograph, huh? That worked. Thomas Edison invented the phonograph in 1877 to play them, and the gramophone, which used flat disc, was invented by Emil Berliner in 1877. The early discs were made of shellac, but then we heard about the Great Depression, what happened with the shellac, and then that's why then they went to, as we know today, vinyl. So we wouldn't probably have the depression never happened. Would we have vinyl today? We would have what we have because then the LP record in '48, Columbia with the engineer Peter Goldmark introduced it for. But this wasn't the guy though I was looking for. Peter and everyone who's on here and Victrola. Uh, a vinyl resurgence. A vinyl experienced a significant resurgence. Well, I think that happened in the 2000 to 2000. I don't remember like not ever get. I for me CDs. It was just because I mean there was you couldn't put it was more for like in the car and stuff at the time if you were alive like that. If you were that young, that was just easier. You couldn't put a fucking LP in a fucking a car. So that I don't know, but I always like I would always but actually I got no more CDs though than vinyl only because of that reason. But I just mentioned with driving and stuff. That's why I would always have the huge booklet and just boom. But vinyl though, is the best. Just opening it up and. I had the original Pink Floyd The Wall with the radio thing on the bottom right corner. You know how much money that thing's worth? You know what money that's worth? The Red Seal line. Over the next 13 years, records would undergo and I'm not even like a collector like that. I'm just like, holy, like I found out. Same with the piano that I have too, because that's from 1842 furnished. Look at that vinyl player. Woof. Victrola, if you're looking at what I'm looking at right now, oh. But I wanted Victrola to answer this question too. And Victrola, I'm definitely interested in what do you call it, the Diary of a Madman or Blizzard of Oz, without a doubt. So, but I will talk to you about that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so I have those Edison wax cylinders. Here we go. Yes, I have also the blue Amberol Edison cylinders and one Amberol Edison upright player. Nice. I sold eight-track recorders back in the day. Never liked the sound, rather listen to the LP. Now the CD. Yeah, I mean, everyone has like, teach their own 100%. Like when me and my mom were talking about the other day, though, she's like, um, I didn't like the sound of vinyl and no, and the 8-track and whatever. Because in the tapes, though, it always like she would be bitching about the 8-tracks, and then she goes, and then talking about like the vinyl, like it's like when it's scratch. I'm like, well, then I go, we're cut for. I go, well, I don't know. I love that. Not like the scratch, but like when you hear that, like right when you right like right when the needle goes down on the vinyl, you just hear that sound, and it's like, and when the music comes on, it's like almost like distant in a way. I mean, it could be loud and boom. You could have a system right in your face, but it has like that distant, yeah, like that distant uh tone, sound, energy. You know what I'm talking about. Uh oh, I love them. But I want everything the Victrola lady has. Of the Victrola Talking Machine Company of Camden, New Jersey. Wait, what? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Victrola Talking Machine Company of Camden, New Jersey. The Victor Talking Machine Company, located in Camden, New Jersey, was a major American company founded in 1901 by Elridge by Johnson. It became famous for its that's why you're the Victrola lady. It became famous for its Victrola lady brand of phonographs and played a significant role in excuse me, sorry, it's been a long week, and played a significant role in popularizing recorded music before being acquired by RCA in 1829. The company's no, we're reading Victrola Lady's uh um backstory. The company's iconic logo, a dog named Nipper listening to a phonograph, remains a widely recognized symbol of early sound recording. Did you know about Nipper, Victrola? History and did you know? I was just wondering. Founding the company was established in Camden in 19. That's fucking cool though. So that's why you're a Victrola lady. It's like refreshing though, because like sometimes you'll see a lot of names like Free Britney, but a Victrola lady because of this. Like I like it. That's so cool though. It really is. I love like old like this is like now we got it. I didn't mean to burst your cover though, but you did say it on the Victrola. You know, which it's really the Victor Talking Machine Company. I have to correct you, Victrola lady. You were close, but if you want to be accurate, it's the Victor Talking Machine, folks. And I'm only and but the brand it had like it had a Victrola brand, so I knew all of this, and but and or I'm just kidding around, Victrola. So don't think I'm serious. I know you know what you're talking about, and don't listen to me at all, folks. I'm listening to Victrola lady, and did you know about Nipper? Yes, I have. Nipper the dog. Yep. Of course you have. I know you did. Radio Corporations of America. Yes. Pretty cool. RCA. His master's voice was the catchphrase. That's so cool though. Wait a minute. I figured something else out, I think. You're like reading clues. Never mind. I thought that I saw something though, but when I saw EB 1878, I thought 1878 was significant with something. I could have sworn I just read it, but then no, but um the music, the whole history of everything that we were just talking about didn't even come out until 18 wait, was it 70 something? Wait a minute. History of vinyl and phonographs. No, not flannel, vinyl. No, it's good. I'll just go with the phono. 1857, phonautograph. No, that's a device that can record sound visually but not play it back. Thomas Edison invented the first device that could record and reproduce sound, initially using tinfoil cylinders for a machine that he saw as a business tool. The phonograph evolved the cylinders to flat disk, and from acoustic recording to electrical recording in the 1920s, leading to the modern record players we know of today. You can watch the video to learn about the history of the phonograph, including Thomas Edison's invention. And that looks like this, folks. So now the phonautograph, 1857, Leon Scott invented the phonautograph to visually record sound waves by having stylus train. And and that's what did. And then, I don't know if Victrola knows this, but the earliest surviving recordings of a human voice, a person singing "A Clair de la Lune." I probably said that completely wrong, but it's "A Clair de la Lune." Is that French? In 1860. That was the first ever recording of a human voice on, you know what I'm saying? A Clair de la Lune in 1860 was made on this device, the phonautograph. So think like PHON, and then I want your autograph, but all one word, phonautograph. So that was made on that device. However, it could not play, though, the sound back. So the earliest surviving recording of a human voice, so then how do they know then that they got the recording if it couldn't play it back? What did they say? The earliest surviving recording of a human voice, a person singing "A Clair de Luna" in 1860, was made on this device. However, it could not play the sound back, or it should say the earliest attempted recording. Because how would they know that the recording? That's like me going in the studio, my buddy AJ, recorded everything, but we'd be able to see it with today's technology, but we wouldn't be able to hear it back. So then what happened was the evolution of disc and electrical recordings, the gramophone, which we know, and reversed the phonographs. While Edison cylinders were initially successful, they were fragile and difficult to duplicate. Mild Bernliner's gramophone, which used flat disk, proved to be more durable, easier to mass produce, and convenient to store. By 1910, flat disk had surpassed cylinders in popularity. Acoustic to electric. Early recordings were acoustic, with sound waves directly powering a needle to cut into a wax cylinder or disc via a horn. The invention of the microphone, an amplifier in the 1920s, led to the end of the acoustic era, Prohibition time, and the beginning of the electrical recording, which dramatically improved sound quality. This video demonstrates how the Edison phonograph worked. And I'm very interested in knowing about the phonograph, phonograph. Like, like the earliest sound though was of her singing that, but they didn't have technology of like, seeing the waves, like how when I'm recording something and I could see, like, when you're mastering it and you're looking at it, you can actually see the actual waves of the sound. So, all right, let's see. I know I'm going to get schooled right now. Let me get my real glasses on for this one. It kills my eyes, but what are you going to do? All right. Also, the Japanese Victor Company was a subsidiary of the Victrola Talking Machine Company around the Victor. Victor, I'm just kidding. You know, I was kidding around with you there. Victrola Talking Machine Company around the 19th century / early 20th century. I'm very facetious, Victrola. Don't listen to me. Yep, Patrick RCA, he's got that right. Edison is where I got the 1878 in my name. I knew it had something to do. I knew I saw it and I like 1878. I know that number. And then it's just cool though now. It's when that's the night to when you're like, check out this Camden, and I look it up. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't know that Victrola. That's where your name came from. 1926 for the electric recordings for the 78s. That's what they're 78s. That's what me and my mom were talking about the other day. Was invented. My grandfather had them. Yes, it's from France. The U.S. invented recorded sound. Came a little later here in America. Okay, Victrola, but let me ask you this, and don't forget to hit the like and that subscribe. Thank you, Dave. The early gramophone used a cactus thorn. Now let me ask you this, both of you, though, Patrick and Victrola, and maybe Dave or anyone else who wants to maybe chime in and who knows anything about wax recordings, 78s, phonographs, all that good old gramophone, all that stuff. When I said about the earliest sound that was ever recorded, it says the earliest surviving sound that was ever recorded. So that means that it's survived, but you could never hear it. Like, Victrola, could you explain that to me? And how the fuck do they know they got it? Because this is 1860, so we're not looking at um uh a type of I'm trying to think in any way I can. Gramophones, cactus, thorn. Gramophone cactus thorn needles were a popular alternative to steel needles, prized for producing a softer sound with less surf. Oh, I could, yeah. You know what though? That's a great idea though. When you think about that though, because it's almost like David Gilmour. It's like I'm just using him as an example. Like that he has that tone, and nobody could sound like him. Why? Because it's in his fingers. But like you get the cat cactus. It has a different that could like change the tone up of it, like the softer like that could like it would just be cool. There's a lot of things like that that you'd be able to try up, like to change the. I don't know. I'm a fucking weirdo, but I just like to. I'm very curious with things. Anyway, gramophone cactus thorn needles were a popular alternative. I haven't slept though in fucking a day and a half, so might probably in psychosis. But gramophone cactus thorn needles were a popular alternative. But Victrola, if I give you the money for the Ozzy thing right after this, what do you do? Would you just mail it right to me or what? Let me know. The gramophone cactus thorn needles were a popular alternative to steel needles, prized for producing a softer sound with less surface noise on older records. They were made from various plant spines like the well-known Burmese color needles BCN, made from South African prickly pear. But modern manufacturing is limited because some plants are now protected. These needles are often sharpened and could be used multiple times, but a special sharpener. Thanks for the little history learning lesson, Paul. By Paul. Paul. Patrick. It's your birthday, too. I apologize. And I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at how stupid, though, I am. And brain dead from this week. Uh, just got home 5 o'clock this morning, pretty much from fucking whatever. But I love learning new stuff. Longevity. That's what I was going to say. While a single needle might only last for one or I figured that 2 plays, they could be. So, yeah. So if a needle gets fucked up, though, you got a cactus little thing, you could rock and roll with that till you get a new needle, huh? But they don't, but a company wouldn't use a needle unless like they'd have to give you a pack of them though to keep using because they can only use them for 1 or 2 plays here. It says just like how do we know we got that sound, Victrola? Oh my god, I hope she doesn't think that I was, like, mocking or whatever, because 'cause I'm dead serious, like, I'm not like, I'm dead serious about, like, the education of this, like, if I am not joking at all. That's just how I come off. The early gramophones use a cactus thorn. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you, dude. No worries. You have a lot on your plate. No, it's all good though. But I want to buy that fucking excuse my language. Because cactus and brie. A special cactus needle sharpener was made. So they even made the actual cactus needle sharpener, even though it only played for one or two plays, which allows the user to. Now, you know what? Back in those days, though, what I would be doing is, and this probably happened, though, and Patrick probably knows, is if they, I don't know if they sold those to people who had gramophones for the time being, like, "Hey, here, I'm gonna buy," but that would help out their market and their business, because now you have something else to add, which are accessories to, the gramophone instead of just having, though, the actual needle. But then, though, what kinda sucks in a way, though, is that you could hear a difference in sound with the cactus needle, but you gotta keep getting the cac that's like, "Okay, I'm gonna hear Mr. Cry." No, actually, they probably were even shorter. Back in those days, the songs were shorter. They weren't 5 minutes long, 4 minutes long, so we're talking maybe 4 minutes tops. One cactus needle could be used. I never talked about this stuff. I'm sorry, I love to learn. I'm sorry, but I love learning this stuff. But I guess I will drop it for now, but I really am though, like, I'm sure they sold them as an option and sharpeners. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like if you're in that business and that happens, you're like, all right, nice. Now we got something else to sell that people are gonna need. It's not like, oh, they got their, I got my camera here. So boom. I got a camera now. I'm good for fucking years. I could use this and buy different lenses. With that, it's like, I mean, people fucking would have to buy more of them than even like guitar picks if you're a musician, or because I mean they go so quick. But I wonder if they probably sold them in like little cases of set. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's pretty cool though. I love learning that stuff. And that is all due to I'm gonna be honest with you, to Victrola lady. So thank you, Victrola lady. I had a great conversation with my mother too. About we never talk about stuff like that. And so thank you. And always use that community, Victrola. I love it. This is a great lesson. I love this. Thank you, Gracie. Yeah, you know what though? These shows I try to tell people, some people like afterward eh, tomorrow or whatever, like they might see the thumbnail and but these shows is more like an anything goes, as I always say with the chat. So that's how we rock it. Of course, I love talking about Ozzy Sabbath. I could do that till the cows come home. I love it with all of you people. It's amazing. But I would really though, like, if I don't know if Victrola is still there, but I don't know if she meant that the dot. Let me go back up to that. But I want to see her comment about the Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman 8 tracks. Hold on one second. There's a young man that creates 36 years. Bark at the Moon is $199 for an 8 track tape. So that's telling me that there's probably, I wonder how many are out there. I got to start looking into that market. Yes, anything can be recorded onto 8 track tape. Well, I know it can record, yeah, but you can make, okay, yeah, Ozzy 8 track tapes. I know we can record onto HF, but the whole full tape and then like the sticker and all that. I guess so. Yeah, I mean, but I just think it's awesome though that fucking people are fucking doing that. Yes, they made 8 tracks until 84. Okay, hold on. Here's you got choose. You'll need a search on 8-track recording, 8-track tape, and the album of Pearl Jam, and you'll need eight. I know. I wasn't saying that I wanted that album or anything either. It's just that album that was the first one. I don't know why. I just saw Pearl Jam 10, and I'm like, oh, so if I want it, because I just was thinking of an album that was like in the '90s, quick, and I don't know that popped up, and then I saw Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, and then uh, there was a time I remember like when uh like I think I got them all at once. It was what album was Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Oh, no, yeah, no, that's Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Yeah, and then there was Tool Undertow. I remember I got that. There was that. It was Marilyn Manson, Smells Like Children. Uh um uh Oh my God! So this kid, you just mentioned. I could have sworn I just saw another one. But it just mentioned me. It just reminded me of a time when I had all those same albums, and um, oh, Pearl Jam 10 was in that thing. That's why and I guess I just saw that from my memory. But yes, they made 8-track tapes till '84. Now let's find out about the Ozzy. Here we are. Yep. They are going to run for okay, wait. The external cylinder phonograph singing horns. All good. I'll be getting in. Okay, here we go. I'll be getting in Judas Priest and Ozzy Osbourne solo 8-track tapes next week. Beautiful. Start. Beautiful. Sorry about that, folks. I just wanted to make sure because I don't just like talk shit like yeah, like if I'm a, I'm absolutely um interested. So you provide a great channel here, Loomis. Thank you. Really, even tonight, I just feel like I'm like so out of it. But thank you so much, Gracie. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Um, I hope you guys really enjoyed the go to the video section too and check out some of the videos. Like, well, I'm gonna have some good videos dropping. Uh, because I gotta edit them up and stuff. It's not just gonna be me going, it'll be nice. But I already have one of these framed though, but I hope you guys got this one though. Cover to cover, not even one ad page. Not even one ad page. But I just love that right there. I had to get two of them. One's already in glass and then framed. You provided great. Thank you so much, Gracie. Well, anything is possible from CD to 8-track tape, LP to so everything is, yeah. But what's great though is oh, thank you very much. Victrola. Yes, I have that Newsweek. I know I saw your I have you I always look at your and read your on this show. I guess you weren't on yet, but I was saying that you should be a writer. But I always go back and read like some of your communities and like how you became an Ozzy fan, and I love that shit. I love when other people utilize this channel besides myself. It's fucking great. I love it. But all right. You actually have a great freaking and I have it was bottom middle, the other magazine that you had. I still have that one. And then I have all the new ones. The Rolling Stone, the freaking this one was a waste. I don't want to say it's a waste, but very disappointed. Let's just say this one is not framed. But I was very disappointed at this right here. Heidi Klum. So is Ozzy. I mean, he's got the cover. So I remember I got this, and like look at the back. All right, first off, let's look at the difference, right? And there's more pages in this one, but you go boom, boom. That should tell you enough. But Heidi Klum though got more pages about her fucking secret yoga fucking diet. All right. Congratulations to Newsweek, People Magazine. Go fuck off. You're out of touch, and don't come anywhere near me. But Newsweek, and not only though is every page Ozzy. Like, look at you get to the end and you see like his star, and you're like, okay, that was fucking unbelievable. There wasn't even a Duracell battery commercial page. There wasn't even a page for fucking Tampax, fucking Gator, and nothing. And then you're like, all right, what's gonna be say Newport 100s, blah blah. But no, boom, right in the back, like, and just special commemorative issue Newsweek, and what's it called? Ozzy Osbourne, 1948 to 2025. Not Matthew McConaughey's new fucking lettuce he grows. Boom. That's it. Well done. Very well done. But no, yes, I got it too. Stone one's no good. You got dope vapes, Loomis. I love those. Yeah, no, these ones are the Raz. And it's good. I used to smoke cigarettes a lot, and I stopped smoking cigarettes because it cost over $400 a month to smoke the way I smoked. So you take that off the fucking utility list. That's your highest utility almost. $400 a month to smoke, and I made a deal with the store owner, and so I pay like $60 a month for fucking nicotine compared to 400, and these are way better, and I like them, but I know they're not good for me. But what are you gonna do? Awesome. Yes, I've written books and novels, but I didn't get paid much. I wrote vampire novels. See, I knew it. What did I say in the beginning of the show? Gracie could be my witness because she was here. I said that Victrola lady should be a writer. I knew it. I know when I see it. I never bought the Rolling Stone issue. The People magazine was a letdown. I didn't buy. Yeah. So I didn't even get this. What happened was I was upstairs here, and I was printing out paperwork for somebody for a project that we were doing, and my brother stopped by, and I guess he stopped the market. He's like, "Yeah, here you go." You know what I mean? And he loved Ozzy Land. Like he likes, like he's the Ozzy fan that how can I put it? He loved the show, and he's older than me. He's older than me, and he just he likes music and stuff, but like how I say everyone loves Ozzy, he even loved Ozzy, but he wasn't like not like me or whatever. So he didn't even like to look through it, like because he just grabbed it and boom. And I saw it. And the second I saw it, I already saw like different things on it. And I was like, okay, Heidi Klum keeps it hot. The supermodel on Love Kids Project Runway. And then right underneath, Ozzy Osbourne, there's his family, 1948, 2025. His wild, incredible life, 2 weeks after his fun. And then you see the back, you know, because I guess People Magazine must be hurting for ad revenue. First page, I mean, is fucking Stouffer's mac and cheese. You know what I mean? That's the first page. So we know people's hurting, but even the table of contents too. Like I knew I was like, fuck. Because I always, and even back in the day when whenever something would happen, I get like a magazine or a newspaper or whatever. And even our local newspaper did an amazing write up on Ozzy. I'm going to put that up in the section, the post section. But they did a great write up on him. It wasn't the whole newspaper and stuff. I mean, I live in Wilkes-Barre, but I'm saying, they took the time, did a great write up. So, point though being though is that don't get this one, but it's like There was no reason though to get another one though and frame up though this one, but but what was so beautiful is with all older stuff, I used to always be like, make every page, don't make and like there's literally not one ad in this. I'm talking like you can't find anything. You will not find one word on this that doesn't have to do with him, his family, Birmingham, becoming Black Sabbath. And you know what too? Like it's not just oh yay every page. Like they did a great like they did a great job. Like becoming Black Sabbath. And like and that's not even the beginning yet. Like they're doing build-ups like with pictures of him and Slash, and then pictures like with his family though, and he's at it. I mean it's just freaking amazing. And then becoming Black Sabbath. And then it gives you the story on that, right? And not just like not just know there's Heidi Klum's fucking you know special vegan fucking sauce dip. No, there's the rare breed right there. Look at that, a picture of Ozzy with a bunch of other musicians playing. That's like very fucking like rare though. Like you think about, I mean, it's very rare. Now this said no, actually, yeah, no, because there's no geezer there. This is when he was going by Ozzy Zig in 1966, 68, excuse me. So that was pretty much right. I mean, yeah, he got savage real quick. And there's the wait. Oh wait, this is interesting though, because the PA system no is a Laney. Well, that's the guitar heads. Hold on, wait. Because he got a Vox though PA from his father. And he said though to get on the oh there it is. Okay. Ozzy Zig needs a gig. Do you like the Beatles? Well, so do I. I love that ad. So it just goes into obviously Boris Karloff, Black Sabbath, and then how it obviously went into that and all that. But like, I mean, like they did, and then it goes into Wild Success, and then yeah, we know the stories with the first wife though with Thelma and stuff, and but I mean, just I don't know, the solo years, and then obviously there's the fucking boom best picture ever taken during solo of Mr. Crowley. That was too, which makes it even better for me. Myths and Madness, and yeah, but they just did. I mean, like literally, I was like, wait, and I was like, okay, no, I'm like when now I'm on 59. The first time I got this, I remember going, all right. And then when I like every other page, I was like, "Are you like yes, like this is yes, yeah." And then it just was everything, cover to cover, bing, bang. So yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Newsweek is the best one. That's what I should have done a little. But people probably would think I'm nuts. Who did the best magazine job? You think Rolling Stone though would have been like stepped it up though? Like Rolling Stone was but it was cool, like, but no, I'm sorry. You do something like that, and not only like throw up some stuff because there's like popular magazines out there like that just want to be hip because this is happening. Like they'll write excerpts or write their little stuff, and it's like your basic research shit, and it's like whatever. But like no, Newsweek did a hell of a fucking job. And it could, like, I'm talking because you could tell from the writing of it. There was actual research done in it. It wasn't just like all like well known. I mean, if everyone here like read every book and like knows if you're very well educated on Ozzy, I mean, I'm very well educated on Ozzy. I'm sure a lot of us are, but I'm saying they did a good fucking job on everything. Yeah, and that's the one though that I think that's the one that actually Sharon though shared on Instagram. Let me see. I'll tell you right now. I think it is because I was like, oh, man, I'm like, did you? Because I was thinking in my head, did you see Newsweek? But it was either her or Kelly though. But that might be. I think you're right. Let me see. Oh no, it wasn't. All right, so no, it wasn't her. It must have been. Um, Let me just check one other. Because the one that you're talking about, Joel. Oh, actually, all I have to do is this. I need a producer for this show, so I just be like, boom, and I can pull everything up right here. Let's see. No, because that's way down there. All right. So anyway, there we go. Metal Hammer Magazine, Ozzy Osbourne death. This is the one though that they showed. It is 100%. Oh, you know where they show? I'm an idiot. It's on Oz. They showed this. This is the one that they showed on Ozzy's Instagram page, like Ozzy Osbourne, like his actual legitimate official Instagram page. This is the one that they shared. It says Ozzy Forever, 1948. This one here. That's the UK Metal Hammer, and I love that cover to fucking death. I like that. See, that's my phone. But then no, my phone's also Mink. But no, it's a great cover though. But just the fifth when you feel this one too, like you pick up this magazine and it's like, like what are we doing here? Like, but this is like this feels just like classy, and I love it. I had to get two of them. I had to get two. But yes, Victrola Newsweek definitely hands down did the best, but the best cover. Um, I don't even want to take anything away though from Newsweek. I just think Newsweek did the best everything though, and then they Newsweek even ended it with this at the back because I thought like at the end at least I was gonna see like a fucking Toyota pickup or some fucking chicken fucking underwear like the other one, but or Heidi Klum fucking telling us to eat the fucking walnut or blend it inside the avocado. But it goes, I have a genuine love affair with my audience when I'm on stage. They're not privileged to see me. It's a privilege for me to see them. Ozzy Osbourne. No fucking proof of fucking purchase. 1999. Nothing. Just respect. Well, I mean, they did it right here. You know what I mean? But still, you got to scan it somewhere. But still, I like it. And they did it in the right spot. Because look at if you're thinking art wise, picture wise, I think of this in thumbnails. Because look, it's all white here. So, boom, back here, no, you don't put that right. They did a hell of a job. Newsweek. I remember that made me because I remember when I got the People magazine one, I was like, I'm done with this fucking world. Like, fucking meaning, like, with like, how could people not fucking like, are you kidding me? Like the Heidi Klum thing. Because in my mind, when I see that, I'm like, so if they're putting 6 pages of Heidi's new acrobatic fucking stretch that she could do with her left hand and her meal, if they're putting more pages of that inside than Ozzy, because I don't know, in my head, because I'm always moving, I'm always like work and trying to do stuff. I don't know how the world works at times. My point is, then that means, oh, I guess that's what's making money because it's a business, right? They have to write stories and they have to do whatever to make money. But then I got the Newsweek one the day after. I was at the store. I had to go to get my father's prescriptions, and I saw the Newsweek one, grabbed it, and yeah, it was great. All right, I'll shut up about the magazines. uh, yep, I love that cover too. What's up, Karen Mates? What's going on? I like that profile pic. Boom. Got you right there. Hope you're having a great Saturday, my friend. Thanks for being here. Thank you everyone for being here. I appreciate it. I was thinking like I was dead. I was dead. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna because after I was in Connecticut yesterday, and then after we were up at the podcast up on Ian Bick's podcast, we had a hotel. So I'm like, I finally it's the first time in 2 years because I'm caretaking right for 2 years. I'm like first time in 2 years I can finally sleep in another bed. I go down, boom. I'm not gonna accept it was something to get something that I was with. Got a little nervous about something, about personal family, those stuff, whatever. He's like, we gotta leave now. But I fucking fell asleep like at 10 p.m. Just and I thought I was just napping. It was midnight. And we had to drive all the way. Then we came back, and I was like, fuck. But yeah, I'm just out of it. And this one tonight, it was just random. So these are gonna happen at times. But anyone else who ever wants to come on here, please fucking email the show at look at this these things fly by. I was like, I don't know if I get through one tonight. I'm like, I'm just not feeling I'm so dead tired, but uh you guys and ladies are what make it happen. I appreciate your comments because when you comment, then it just keeps it all going. And then when Victrola popped in as well, and with the talking about though the 78s and the disc and all that, just but email though Ozzy Osbourne tribute page at gmail.com. Any one of yous who want to be on or just email or get in contact with me, there it is. And I'll be back in touch with you within 24 hours. And what else do we got? Good cover. Yeah, I know, right? And I'm loving the Victrola. So Victrola, let me ask you this: Did I did because maybe I read this wrong, and again, oh, and also too, I just want to say, not even for me because I look at this for everyone, but all for all of us. Thank you, everyone out there showing the love in 1 week from last week. We said thank you for 2,000. This week now we thank you for 3,000 subscribers. It just shows how loved Ozzy is. So amazing. Thank you all very much for the support. And this channel is just gonna keep going and going and going and going. And when I croak, I'm gonna pass it on to someone else. And it already is like you know what I mean? Like the original like like anyone could get on. Like me and Gina do a thing on Monday. I met Gina through here. Same way you know what I mean? So anyone who could come on and I can stand. I'm only kidding. What do we got? Oh, nice, good, Patrick. You already um emailed me, but I'll check that out after. I already got it, buddy. Perfect. So now I have my email notification was off on that because I was out of town for a different. Whenever I'm working on like a certain project, I have to get my head out of another one because I have to be all in that project. So that's why I didn't get your email right away. Apologize. What's up, Captain Jack Sparrow? What is up? Look, I love your thumbnail as well. Great to see you, Captain Jack. How's your weekend going, buddy? We are just doing this is like the random live that I do every Friday or Saturday whenever I have time. And tonight it was Saturday, very late at 11:30 because I was traveling all week. But normally every Monday 7 p.m. Eastern, and this week is Bark at the Moon with Gina. And remember, anyone who wants to be on the show, just freaking email. You could come on even with me and Gina, or you come on another day or whenever. And whenever I'm live, I'll drop the link. And don't forget, anyone who's subscribed, you could post anything in the community. Take advantage of that. And Victrola, that's what made my like reading that shit. I was reading it the other day too. Again, I was loving it. I love learning about new things and new stuff. And I always knew about when the LPs came and all that type of stuff. But then I really got into like, way prior to that. And obviously knew though about the why can I say it? The polygram. I'm thinking of a polygraph test now. The polyautograph, or should we say? But what I don't understand about it is how did it know that it recorded the sound in 1860 if that polyautograph, if I'm saying it wrong, I probably am, but it's spelled like Paulo and autograph, AUTOGRAPH. How do they know they got that sound if that wasn't able to play the sound back? That's like, all right, you ready, Jansen? Like me and my buddy, and are we recording? Yeah. Stop. Let's check it out. And we could go and hit play and make sure that the mics were on and we got all that. It's probably the dumbest question on earth. I know. I hear you, but I'm just thinking 1860 because of technology and stuff like that. And I mean, I know I'm sure maybe they used graphs or like how with I don't know. But I mean, that's a serious question. Like, and I'm not even trying to be. And there's probably like an easy answer for that. And even if there is, I don't care if I'm being stupid right now. But I'm really interested in knowing the answer to that question. That's serious. It was pretty much hit or miss in those early days. Maybe it could only be played once. Okay. But do you understand my question though? The stylus usually made grooves into the record. Yeah, but the first known, remember the French, like the gaga that I said, remember that? That was the first known recording on the Paulo autograph. My question is, they said the first, not only known, the first living, I believe, yeah, still living or some in those words, right? So my question to you is, if that doesn't play the recording back, how do you know that you got the recording? You know what I mean? So you can't say hit or miss though if it's saying 100% it's a fact. The last known recording. Let me get this. Because this is interesting. Isn't this interesting, Gracie? First recording, Paulo autograph. Man, never understands what I'm saying. Paula autograph. I got it though. It keeps. I'm getting mad. I'm not getting mad. I think I'm screwing the name up and I'm getting mad. Oh, fuck is going on? All right, good. Thank God. The troll lady wrote something. I'm probably saved. Thank God. They had a recording stylus to imprint the sound waves on the record. That's a good question. I'm not all familiar with the foreign recording process. I'm familiar with how Edison invented the cylinder phonograph, phonograph. I'm typing poly because I'm thinking of a polygraph. So I apologize to everyone for that little delay. But yes, so that's why I was so okay. There had to be something though that told them that, like, look. so obviously they, before something works, you have to experiment with something for a long time. I mean, everyone falls in their face and gets up, falls there. Everyone who's successful fell on their face over 100, maybe 200 times. So even every little machine, first time engine, everything doesn't go right away until like you're a master, like with the engine machine. But this thing's new, right? So my whole thing though is that they probably knew prior that they had something that means that, like, okay, if this does that, like with the wavelengths that you're talking about, if this does any type of whatever, that means we're getting sound. They were never getting sound for a while. Then in 1860, something happened where, holy shit. Or no, they were getting sound because it says that's the last known surviving one. But still, I'm sure it worked out though that way. I have no idea. There's DJ. He made one. I told you you'd make it, man. I saw you yesterday. It is very interesting, Gracie. I'm definitely interested in it. What's up, my man? Thanks for being here, DJ. I wrote to him. We wrote to each other though yesterday. He's like, "Man, we're on that different time late for the lives." I'm like, "I know, buddy." I go, um, I'm on the East Coast time though, but I didn't even go on though, DJ, because I had a crazy week and I just got back early this morning. What was I gonna say to you? This one didn't start till like 11:35, maybe like quarter to 12, and that's in like East Coast time. So be almost midnight, which would be almost 5 a.m. where you're at 6 a.m. Here we go. Thomas Edison recited Mary Had a Little Lamb for his test recording. It should be available on the Edison website. We're going deep into like we're vinyl recordings 78s, and then we're going back into the wax cylinder recordings, but then we're going all the way back though to the phonograph. I like we're getting deep on the history of music here, and I love it from with Victrola Lady and if the Birthday Man and Ozzy cover Madhouse and Ozzy Osbourne tribute. Man is still in the house, Patrick. Um, anyway, real quick, reset. Got it. Ready? Edison. That's 1877. Ready? And it's 34 seconds long. Newly discovered Thomas Edison 1877 phonograph recording.
Edison 1877 phonograph recording. So in its full length, for the first time ever, here is the audio recording.
Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. It followed her to school one day, but now the lamb is dead. But it still goes to school with her between two chunks of bread.
You almost hear in his voice too. It's just a testing voice. Like he's like just like not that he's like reading it, but he's just saying it though, just because. All right, let's see if this fucking works, or something. Maybe I'm wrong though, but there it is. There it is. What are you laughing at, Kilo? Me? Oh. What was that? That was exactly what Victrola Lady just said. That was, hold on. That was Thomas Edison's 1877 phonograph recording full version. And that's why I was saying though, prior to you being on, before you came on, DJ, we were talking about for like, because she works on 8 tracks and all that stuff. And then I was telling her how I got into a kind of rabbit hole conversation with my mother the other day about and I couldn't think of that you guys brought up though the wax ones, and then with the cylinders and 78s and all that type of stuff. And then we went all the way back to the phonograph, and then now we're just talking about like when music was, or sound even, like was first really able to really be recorded and stuff. And They say the first sound ever that was recorded, even though it was never played back, was in 1860. And but this thing of Edison is 17 years later. But then the disco, they came out in the late the late at the end of the 19th century. The vinyl didn't come out till, well, LP, I should say, that everyone knows and stuff, came out in 1948 by
Also, in the last 4 games, Vlad Guerrero
by 1948 by Columbia Records. And that's the vinyl that we all pretty much know, that the masses know today. That if you don't dig in, or like what we're all talking about, you go get, that's what we get. Very interesting. So, and Edison made the first talking doll. Those dolls were creepy. They used a cylinder phonograph that was built into the doll. It operated via a tiny hand crank. Could you imagine if one of those were around today? What do you think they'd go for? Let me see this. Edison made Thomas Edison talking doll.
Thomas Edison talking doll.
The Henry Ford's innovative, but is this really his? A child's toy or a stuff of night? No. Haunting voice of Edison talking doll. Here it is. Here's the first talking doll ever. Okay, we don't hear nothing yet. Oh, that's right. She recites Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. It's the static though too that adds to the creepiness. So if you own the doll, that wouldn't be going on though. But the way the doll looks too and just looks at you, it's just like twinkle, twinkle, little. Yeah, it's creepy. That's yeah. What else did he do? I mean, that's crazy. Over $2,000. Over $2,000 is my guess. This is all new to me. Very interesting. That's creepy. These are recorded by various Edison employees at his factory. What's over though? $2,000. The doll with cylinder phonograph that was built into a. Okay, so he put that into the doll. It operated via a tiny hand crank. So I guess you cranked it and let go, like a wind up. Is that what you're saying? Over $2,000 is my guess. You're saying over was there over 2,000 of them, or are you saying that who the fuck was who was buying a doll for an 1800? I mean, sorry, 1800. Jesus, I'm all over the place. A doll for $2,000 in those days. I mean, you had a lot of money. My town instead. But I think though I definitely read that wrong. I don't think that's what you're saying at all. Because the Edison's first talking doll, those dolls were creepy. They used those eyes. No, you said those dolls are creepy, yeah. Because when you hear it talking, though, it's static. It's like twinkle, twinkle, little star. How? But then when you look at the eyes, though, like they're fucking very scary, but not overly. Like newer modern stuff. It's like trying to be monstrous and scary. Those dolls aren't, but they're fucking. You know why they're creepy? Because I don't know they look like human like in their eyes everywhere you look. Or yeah, dolls are weird. I had a bingo bear once. That was enough for me. Remember bingo bear? Over $2,000 is my guess. These were recorded by Varus and the Pleiades. For those Edison dolls would be. Oh, nowadays, yes, yeah. I'm an idiot, Victor. Sometimes you got to realize that Loomis is an idiot, and you got to like, you know, somehow air smack him in the face. In those days, those dolls would probably be $20 in the early 19th century. We'll think about how much that is today. $20 in the early 19th century, guys. We're talking about 18. We'll think about it. My piano is from 1892 and fully refurnished, refurnished, everything like that. Though they said though that it's $92,000. My high upright that I could get for that, and that is in 1892. The doll is what year is the doll? So for $20. Because that piano money that's just, well, first off, that's because of how old it is. That wasn't the price back in those days. But $20 for a doll back in 18, let's just say 78 or 80 90, whatever the fuck, $20. I mean, that had to be, $1 had to be like 100, if not more. Maybe a quarter was even 100 back then. I don't know the exact price differentials, but yeah, if they went for $20, because think about that shit. Remember what was his name? Bingo Bear, Kickle My Ingle, or whatever. No, or Tickle My Ingo. What was his name? Remember everyone went nuts over. We went nuts over. Remember the Cabbage Patch? We were little, but there was like a Tickle Me Elmo. That's right. Remember Tickle Me Elmo? I think he was rocking for 60, but I was working up at this calendar stand at the mall, and the statute of limitations are over, and I would never rob a fucking corporation, or I mean a family business or nothing, but these assholes were corporations, and they accused me of stealing, and I wasn't. And then since they accused me though, then I started to. And yeah, and but I remember though the Tickle Me Elmo frenzy though. We made a lot of money, but that was a long time ago. But that was like 60, 65. So a doll must have been a different type of though thing, because even then when everyone wanted to Tickle Me Elmos, and remember Teddy Ruxpin with the tape, you could put him in and he could talk. And then you had Bingo Bear, you hit his paw and he looked at you and he talked. That's who I had, Bingo Bear. I liked him better. You didn't have to put a tape in him. He felt more, he felt a little more real to me, even though Teddy moved and shit like that, though. You had to go get a fucking tape. Bingo Bear, you didn't know anything. He could have had a heart in there, You didn't have to put stuff in him. He just talked. But I'm talking like as a little kid's head. But a doll back in those days, they must have only went to like royalty, Victrola. Because if Bingo Bear cost, not Bingo Bear, if Tickle Me Elmo during the frenzy was 60 or 65, even though people were paying a lot more for him, believe me, I know that, on the street and stuff, if they made it there, or anywhere. But I'm saying if they were 65, just a doll in 1890 for $20, I mean, that's $20 is like maybe almost buying a car in that time. I think that's crazy. Probably mold ate away at the cylinder. Surface mold is the enemy of all cylinder records, be it black wax or the celluloid blue amberball cylinder. Tickle Me Elmo. I know. I don't even know what I said. That's how my brain works, Gracie. I just throw out a bunch of words, and eventually it just that's like what are they, Kickle Me, whatever the hell. But I got it. Thank you though. Man, DJ's making some coffee. What time is it over here, my man? It's only 3 a.m. I'm all right. It's only 3. No, I love it though. This is like I could do this once a week with you. I love it. Even though our normal show is Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, the live, and then videos come up in shorts and all that. I love when all new people come in and we have these. I love this. I don't know what's better than this. Coming here talking about all this old school Edison stuff, and I don't know, but I'm enjoying this. I'm sure it didn't sound that statically. 120 age has definitely distorted the sound record. Well, and that's the thing, Jersey Devil, too, and what's going on, Jersey Dev. What I was thinking too is that static though that we were hearing, I don't think that the doll though itself was like that. It was just though that that's probably what it came through from what it was recorded. Because think about it, what did they use to record the doll? This is the 1800s, so everything was a little staticky. I mean, oh, I have a plaque over it, but I have a fucking 1978 freaking I think it's a Zenith or whatever. But I have a lot of like old TVs and stuff. You know what I mean? Like for like if you put reenact a scene from like the 70s, 80s, they come in handy for stuff like that, older furniture. But and I was born in the 80s, and I remember, at first we had like 13 channels, and it was still like fuzzy, and you had to move the rabbit ears and stuff like that. I remember when the Simpsons were on, I had to move the fucking rabbit ears. So my point though being though is that back then, like what did they use to record it onto? Probably the thing that we were talking about before, Victrola. But that was the phonograph, which why would it this okay, now here Victrola, here's the next question. And I love now how I know your name. Meaning like where it comes from. So now if a phonograph is made for sound to be recorded on but never played out of, then what the fuck is the point of that? Or was it, let's record the sound in the phonograph and then see if we could play that out of something else? Please try to answer that quick, if that makes sense. Am I getting it right? 1890 they were made the dolls. I remember. I remember the rabbit ear big ass console. I have one right there. Well, that TV's small. That's only a fucking 12, 13-inch TV. That's a Gold Star, actually. That one right there. But it has rabbit ears on it. I know. That's what I'm saying. So imagine way back in the day. Yeah, so see that is okay, good. Because some people, I feel weird though, because like, I'm a musician. I've been playing music my whole life, piano. I know about music. I know music theory, all that type of like stuff, but like the history of like it being like recorded and what it's playing out of and playing. Well, see, like my buddy Jansen, see, he's a master musician at everything. He was on this show. Part one of his episodes already up, but he knows all about recording and all this type of like stuff. And he makes his own sounds and sells them like actual Kurzweil keyboard companies, and he makes music for video games. But I want to know then if the phonograph, which is something that was recorded, something that was made so that sound could be recorded onto it. Well then, but you couldn't hear the sound. So like basically, Loomis, say this into the recorder. I am a whatever the fuck. All right. And I go, I am a whatever the fuck. But it never comes out. Now, what would be the reason for that if it never comes out? Was it showing wavelengths, like just to show that, look, the sound's on there? Now we have to figure out a way how to abstract the sound out of there. And yeah, that's my question. So you're asking if these old recordings sound static even back then? No. Well, I have near mint like new Edison silver and Edison diamond. This sound clear as a bell. No, you know what though? If I was, um, uh, maybe you heard me wrong because I went way back. The phonograph though was made PHONAUTOGRAPH. Phonograph was made to record sound. And remember in 1860, that was the last surviving known sound. 1860 from the French song, the kind of or whatever. I said it before, and so my question was, what was the phonograph made for? If the sound couldn't come out of it. Now, did people put sound into the phonograph and then that sound in the phonograph came out of a different instrument, or do you understand what I'm saying? I know I'm probably all over the place, but believe me, I'm going on a rabbit hole tonight. And I hope there's movies on this or like a documentary. I'll watch it for 4 hours. But static though is 100% though, if you think about it, way back in those days, and think about that doll. Actually, I probably was wrong about the doll. Um, well, whatever. Wait, for dictation and lectures is why the phonograph was invented for. Yeah, yeah, but it also said though that the first sound or surviving sound was 1860, but like the record sound, I know that, but you can't hear the sound or see or whatever, or the sound that you record on it, you can never hear. That's the part though that got me a little bit confused. But I'll look into all that stuff though on my own though. But and you're the one that got me. You're the one that got me down this hole. So, but I love it though. I love learning and where everything though came from and all that. And I always knew though that not I say disc, but meaning excuse me, LPs and all that. I thought before I went down the rabbit hole, I was like, I believe they came out right in the beginning of the 50s, but no, they came out in 1948 by Columbia, and that's the vinyl that we know today, the LPs. Because before that, they were only able to put on like there's only certain time limits for songs. And then my man Patrick mentioned the cactus pick and all that stuff. Tonight was a good learning lesson, kids. I know, like, the 2 weeks before this and everything was more like party mode, rah! But we had a good little schooling lesson tonight. And somewhere along the way, early jazz in vaudeville was recorded in the 19th century. Yep, that's right. Louisiana. I believe a famous opera singer was the first music recordings in the 1890s, if I remember correctly. I thought that, you know what? Let's find out. And this doesn't, listen, everyone out there, don't ever think your phone is, look at that doll real quick. Victrola. Look at that. Jesus. It just looks like bad news. All right, so what was the first music recording ever?
The first music recording was a short clip of the French song Au clair de la lune, recorded in 1860. However, it couldn't be played back. The first recording that could be played was Arthur Sullivan's The Lost Chord in 1888.
Arthur Sullivan's The Lost Chord in 1888. So see, Victrola, what I was saying, the first part with the phonograph was Au clair de lune. That was the French folk song but we couldn't hear that. But the first ever recording that people could hear was Edward Leon Scott de Martinville on his phonograph. This was the earliest audio recording. It could not be played back at the time, making it a visual representation of sound waves. The first recording that could be played back was Arthur Sullivan's The Lost Chord, recorded in 1888 on an Edison phonograph cylinder, as explained on Classic FM and Classic FM. You can watch this video to learn more. 1860. This is the earliest surviving recording of a human voice singing music, but it was unplayable at the time. But now it is playable. Victrola, obviously. Well, but I didn't know what they put on. The recording was made by Parisian inventor Edward Leon Scott de Martinville using the phonographic, which sound waves as visual trace on paper New technology has since allowed for the audio to be extracted and played back. In 1888, The Lost Chord by Arthur Sullivan. This is the earliest surviving recording of music that was intended to be playable and was actually played back. So there was stuff before that, but you couldn't play it back. Once it's played, you're done. Once it's played. But in 1888, The Lost Chord by Arthur Sullivan, you could rock that out. And David says, yeah, it was recorded by Thomas Edison and features a piano and a cornet. And the recording was discovered in New Jersey Library in the 1950s. Wow. What was the first sound ever recorded? Early note suggestive. That's now you know about like 432 meg, like you know about frequencies and all that, Victrola, right? How they could actually like move water and oil spills, and like they could actually brainwash fucking people, and that we're really not in standard tuning. Standard tuning really isn't. We're actually out from the frequency that we're on right now, which is crazy when you think about it, because certain music that gives you goosebumps and stuff, you're not even really in the right frequency and stuff on it. And on my board, though, I could actually change it on to the right frequency, but that's a whole other discussion. See, now, is this Vaz or no? Mr. Morningstar, what is going on? Because everyone has different names except Kilo, and I'm getting confused, but it looked like Vaz. And if it's not Vaz, Mr. Morningstar, welcome and thank you for being here. Silly Munchkin in the house. Done working with the children. Welcome back. I learned something new. This is awesome. I know. I love it. I love learning. Yep, that's right. Marita, I was an opera singer from 1905. That's awesome. Jersey Devil. I never been there. I believe it was the first music recorded in that. Now, she must have been, though, like one of the first, without a doubt, unless the information I just read is wrong. Which it could be, because there's been instances where, well, a documentary I'm working on, that were, wrapping all up and stuff like that. Like there's certain stuff even on Google that's false about that issue. So you never know. You have to make sure you have your right sources and stuff. Irish opera singer from 1905, 1907, Marie Norell. That's you, Vaz. That's my man, Vaz. Great to see you. I have heard music is recorded at 440 and 432. Yeah, 432 HC is the actual frequency, though, that we're supposed to be, but we're not. And I heard, though, that was changed, though, I could be wrong, though, but I think I heard that was changed during the war times. The Germans changed it. And so, like, when you were in standard tuning, let's say, your EVD, like when you're playing music and stuff, or when you're just listening to music, it's like, it's still continuing to feel all good, but it's like you're really not, though, in the but I guess, though, man, we're probably brainwashed at this point, because even the people we came out of, in their mind, they're so used to that frequency, and then we come out, we're so used to that frequency, and then it's so just probably because of party. But yes, that's not our natural frequency at all. Yes, correct, Loomis. Yep, and Jersey Dev. I mean, yeah, that's and it's crazy, man. If you look up like what certain frequencies can do, like how they move the sand, and then I remember there was a huge oil spill in like some type of lake, and they used to get the oil, move all the oil. It's, and then there's the crazy theory too, from Tesla theory and stuff. Not like the normal Tesla theory, but maybe it is, but where like the Earth itself is just like a big like frequency, and I'm not putting on the tinfoil hat with these. I'm just trying to explain things though that I heard. But frequency, those real deal. Energy's real deal. Spiritual, all that type of stuff is real deal. And you know, how people they call it like grounding, whether you put your feet into the ground, whether it's am I trying to get all hippie-ish on you and stuff, but I mean it's just the truth though. So if you're trying to connect with nature and trying to connect with energy and the right frequency, and we're not even in the right frequency, that I don't know. That's weird. Just weird to me. I wish Jansen was on. If I had my friend Jansen on right now, and he's gonna come on for a live, the one that I had on this show already, he's in the video section. He's a fucking genius and professional musician, and one of my best friends in the world. If you didn't see part one, and we talk about Ozzy and everything, like because we did the interview back, I believe it was like a week after Ozzy passed, but it's a great show. But he knows all about. I think yeah, he's the one that first was tell. I think he might be the one that first told me about all the frequency stuff and all that. Then he got me. I got crazy into it, and then like meditating. Like I was 8 fucking 40. I forget the one, but then no, then I started reading all about him because like you go on a YouTube channel, it says that this is the frequency that's coming out of this, and then you hear it and stuff. But then I just wanted to make sure that is this really this? But then what was cool is I could do it on the keyboard and put it down to it, and then you play the song how you know your song and stuff, and you could hear like it's like a dust like blowing a piece of dust. It just makes it a tiny bit flatter like sounding, but I get it. But that's what you're supposed to be playing. Vaz, you going to bed, my man? You all right too? I hope, man, everything's all healed up. Elbow's good. It is late. I know, man. I know. I do this once a week and I love it. And I love everyone on here. And we love coming on, listening to some Sabbath, Ozzy, and talking about it. And now and talking about just music. Now we're actually getting into the whole frequency. We're getting down, and I like it. I'm not leaving yet. Wait, I didn't get to read that. That was not fair. Some scientists think sound frequency might be capable of levitating things. I think it absolutely can levitate things if it can move oil and clean it and water and spills like this. I think it because it's already moving that. It definitely has like the power and capabilities to levitate. But if it's saying might for capable of levitating things, okay, so things, so anything, yeah, definitely. Like in the air, you're saying though, instead of just moving them, like spreading them out. That's a good question. It's a good question. The Earth definitely gives off a frequency and magnetism. Navy tracks submarines using it some kind of way. No, 100%. Definitely. How did you hear about Ozzy passing? I sorry about that. I bumped my microphone. I woke up and I have this rule, like, when I wake up, I don't just grab my phone and stuff like that. I do a couple things and I usually I don't do that now. My dog Ozzy died. My dog Ozzy died this year, so I'm so used. I was ready to tell you. I grab me and my dog Ozzy. We go for a little walk down the woods. It would go around, but I woke up, went downstairs, had a coffee, just read the paper, went outside, checked the weather, and you know, walked down to the end of the yard, walked back up, checked the gates and stuff, all that stuff, walked back upstairs, looked at the phone, and I just saw too many text messages than normal, and like missed calls and stuff because. And if you look at my first episode I put up, you'll even see I even like my people because they even one of my cousins who I haven't talked to in 2 years was like, "I'm so sorry, man. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" Because and I mean I lost so many. Like I lost a lot of people. I'm only 44. I lost a lot of like my best friends like in bad situations, and they still were reaching out. And that's even my dog this year, Ozzy died. Because they know how much Ozzy means to me. So I just found out that way. And at first I felt like someone just right in my stomach, like, and then I was like, it was good. And I was like, I remember I was on my knees because I had to go on my knees to go down to pick up the phone because I was on top of my bed, and I'm sitting there, and then all of a sudden, like, I just go and I look at my uh on my end table, and that has this right there on my at the time, saying, "No, that has this though right there, right?" So I see that because a good friend of mine got me brave enough to finally take my dog and put, her box right there, which you just saw next to her. But anyway, so and then once I saw that name, and then it was like it just went, and I fucking was bawling. And then my buddy AJ calls me up and he's like, "Dude, man, do you want to play some music?" And I'm like, I don't know, man. And he's like, "Come on up." And I went up to his house and we tried to play some tunes and stuff. It was cool to go up to his house and play some music. But I was even trying like to record stuff, but it just wasn't happening. Like it just wasn't happening. It was one of those like you got hit like with a stun gun, but not a stun gun that just knocks you out. You goes to sleep like a stun gun, and it does what it says, stunned. Like a mix of cry and stunned. Like I just got the pay-per-view and Sam. He just did like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I know like I just saw him on stage. He was like this. He gave the camera the fucking finger. Like what the fuck? Like what are you talking about? He's and then it was weird. Oh, sorry. I didn't find out about that because you get sometimes how people are sick in the world. And they'll put stuff up about like, I saw one time Sylvester Stallone dead or Arnold Schwarzenegger dead. And I feel like The Rock's dead. Like what do you like? What's the matter, you people? But I knew this was real because even my own brother, when he texted me too, he's like, I'm very sorry. And coming from him, if you knew his personality, he understood. He gets it. So yeah, that's where I was. I was here watching my father, and but the second I looked at my phone, there was too many messages, and then like when I scrolled down to see who they were all like from like my real people, so I knew something serious happened. And sure enough, yeah, Ozzy passed. Then I'm gonna put everyone else's up. Hold on. So how did you hear about Ozzy passing? I said what I said. I found out in a live stream. I couldn't believe it. Then I searched it up and my heart sank. Yeah, the second I put my phone on, because I used to, because I make content. I make those like type of shorts. And even if you look on my Instagram, like I have tributes to Ozzy even well before he passed and stuff like that. And I didn't even have to search. I tried like a second. My thumb, you put your. I use the thumbprint. First thing that just popped up was fucking boom, Ozzy. The next Ozzy. It was like fuck. But on a live stream, I couldn't believe it. Heart sank. Yep, that was that gut feeling I was talking about. Was the heart probably sinking right in there? My intuition told me of Ozzy's passing. I'm very empathic. That's how I knew of Ozzy's passing. So my when I was going up to not yesterday, the day before, to the comedian Mike Marino's house up in Jersey, and we went there because we had to interview him. And I just like everything I'm telling him, like, to relax, man. I'm fine. Like, he's like, how do you know? I'm like, because I could feel you fucking like I'm very, very, very empathic. And when empathic though too, empathic's kind of my empathic's different, Victrola lady, in a way that if I'm in a room with you, in a car with you, or around you, if you walk by me and don't say a word, I'll know what your energy is. But people that I see on a screen or who I'm not around, that I don't, I can't feel like you know what I mean. I can't feel if that is. I could think like they don't look good. Maybe they're gonna pass, but I'm empathic like around the energy that's like around me all the time. But from far away, uh I mean, I could, nah, because then you're not feeling it. Because empathic's feeling. I'd be like, I could tell when you see something or whatever, but empaths, you feel it. So, like for example, like that's why I was always good too. Like if people are gonna like jump us or because I lived a fucking weird, crazy, wild life though, and there's times like I walk in a room, I knew immediately. I was like, all right, the guy right there, third to the left of the couch, he's gonna fucking try to do something, and sure enough, yeah, boom, done. So like I just always had that, you know, that's intuition as well. But I think what you're talking about more is like you have like just like an intuition or like a thing that is it's not a guess or a coincidence because you would know because it wouldn't happen because I'm sure it happened many times. So that's how you know that you have it. So that's something different than just empathic. That's like that's it. That's it. That's more than that as well. But I wasn't oblivious to the fact of thinking like, oh, you know what, he's beautiful now. Well, of course he's beautiful at all times. My point being is he's now he can relax and he's gonna have decades and do no. I thought that we'd have Ozzy at least for another, you know, 2 to 3 2 to 3 years tops, at least after that. And that's what killed me though. And that's great, as long as he wasn't in any pain or anything like that. Um, because he deserved it. That man deserved to at least, feel good. Um, and that's what sucks though about his death. Is yes, he got to see, and he definitely felt good when he saw everyone, but I just hope he wasn't like, in agony every day. Like I'm talking about when you're at home, just reading a book or watching his Kindle or what, that stuff. But yeah, I was watching the news and bam, TMZ reports Ozzy died. I was absolutely in shock. Yeah, people keep saying like about the Princess Diana thing, like it was just as big as do people realize how big it was in America too? And I'll tell you why. Because this country, if anyone's watching who's not in America right now, this country is fucking so brainwashed and so divided that other people are like they're all sheep. Like, think about it. If you're just all yelling at cause and get mad at someone for this or that, then you're being a fucking sheep. Be your fucking own self. Be your fucking own leader. Don't let stuff that you can't control or dictate your emotions and stress. So fucking yeah. Point being though is that the whole country like that dividing and all that type of like literally it was like for like almost 2 solid weeks. I mean, the first week was just ridiculous, but I mean, I remember even when I went downstairs on the TV, besides everywhere I swipe and stuff, I'd see on the TV Ozzy, 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 everyone look around, and I'd see all these memorials, like LLAPD at the Hollywood store I call it at the Hollywood Walk of Fame, driving by flashing their sirens real loud while all the fans are out there, and then you'd see like this state and that state. Like it wasn't just in the UK; it was in the whole fucking world, and it was. Yeah, it was the first time in my life though ever when because he was a celebrity, you consider him a celebrity, right? Um um where I was like fucking torn to pieces. I got sad for other ones, don't get me wrong, but I mean this one was like, you know, oh my, like I don't know, I can't explain it. It's like even though you didn't see him all the time, I lost real close people to me too. Who I obviously, cried for, but why would you cry for this guy? Yeah, I met him one time, we didn't know each other. Why would you cry and stuff? But I don't know. He was just always that constant and very inspirational to me. Without Ozzy, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be sober. I'd be dead. I'd still be fucking no. Well, I'd be dead because that fentanyl is no joke. But yeah, just unbelievable. Found out at work, had to put it off till I got home. Yeah, you know what? The Ozzy dying, and this isn't like trying to put anyone down or whatever, but I mean, it's kind of like that question, like, where were you when 9/11 happened? Like it was like a big deal, like huge deal. But my point is though, is that like, this country was so divided and like, you didn't hear anything about that, all that bullshit when Ozzy passed. Everyone was just putting up like memorials or like a pitch on it, especially on Instagram. Like if you looked, everyone literally like I could like what like everywhere you went was just all out everywhere. Um, and it was fucking beautiful. And not beautiful in the sense of yay, he's gone. Beautiful to be like, holy fuck, because I've been alive for a lot of entertainers, celebrities, performers that passed away. And to be honest with you, in my lifetime, because I'm big, I gotta remember, and I don't remember that well. Like if something happened when I was 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 or even 7, that don't count. I'm saying like, in my lifetime, I never seen uh a more maybe because there's social media, that's why. Because I'm thinking about when I'm growing up and all the ones that passed away, we only had the TV. We didn't have the social media, so it seems like it's worse than it really is. So you don't know. I'm just saying that I just never seen or felt uh an outpour for someone, a celebrity, like when Ozzy died. It was like everyone understood. There was no like fucking shut up already about Trump and whatever the fucking, of course, he did or whatever, who did this and this and that. Like, no, it just, everyone just understood and just respected Ozzy and fucking, yeah, it was just, that part was the beautiful part. Appreciate you guys for sharing. R.I.P. Ozzy the dog. Thank you so much, DJ. Did I ever show you? You can see. Hold on. If I can get over there. I should have put a freaking real picture of her up, though. Well, I don't know if you could see that. That's because I'm holding the webcam. But January 23rd this year, she passed. I mean, that was my child. Love her. Thank you very much. What do you got for me, Grace? I was watching a movie. I had my phone in my hand and it said Ozzy died, and I just kept saying no over and over. Then the BBC on YouTube had a whole tribute when I played. Then I played Ozzy music. Yeah, I don't know how you guys did it. I commend you. It's like I couldn't play his music. I couldn't listen to it at first. and that's why I couldn't play with my buddies because when he would, so we have this thing where I play the intro to Mr. Crowley, my buddy AJ, who I talk about a lot on here, and then after I go around the first time with it on the organ, and he kicks in and he does like David Gilmour style slow guitar like over the intro. It's fun and fucking cool. And then but then he plays the lead and stuff like that. So I went up there to do that, and I was trying. I couldn't even like I could play that intro in my eyes because I've played it for my whole life, but I couldn't even do it, and I was like, fuck. But everywhere I was looking, his Ozzy. So then I was like, you know what I'm gonna do, and that's I already was making shorts. I already made shorts on Ozzy. I had, you know what I mean. There's a few that I already had before he passed, and then I put up the one with Zach and him talking. Remember when I talked about the story? And then the next day he dies on this, on this channel is what I'm talking about. Next day he dies on that, and then so I couldn't. It was hard for me to, a lot of people though I think might have been watching them and stuff like that, which is great. And looking back at, I'm going to watch the Osbournes now. I just started making a bunch of clips and throwing them up and stuff like that, and like on like mute and stuff. Even when he was talking to Henry, because I know most of the interviews, especially on the "Don't Blame Me" Ozzy. I know right when it changes there. All right, stop there, fade it out there. I couldn't even hear. But by doing that and keep making them and stuff, and people though, by reading people's comments from what they were saying, I was like, this really like affected me. Like I was fucked up. I'm not gonna lie to you that he passed. Like it was, and my father's passing this year too, which is like, what is going on this year? Like say what you want. My dog, that was my child. I'm 44, single. Love that dog. Had it since I was 30. Fucking dies this year, January 23rd. Then fucking the real fucking Ozzy passes, and then my father fucking is gonna be passing anytime now. And I'm not looking for sympathy. It's just the world's not about me. I'm just saying. But what I love though is if you watch what Zach Wilde said on Rock Feed, I think it's the best way to look at life. He said something. He said to the host of Rock Feed, he's like, when those things, it's like the first time he was legit. Because remember, he was doing a Pantera celebration. They were showing videos of him like looking at the screen and stuff. And you'd hear Phil being like, R.I.P. to Ozzy and all that type of stuff. But first legitimate time he talked about it, he's like, I don't really get like he wasn't saying like I don't get upset. Like he like of course you're gonna get a little emotional upset, but he's like even with my old bull, he goes and this helped me with my pops. He goes even with my old men, and he's like same thing with Oz. He goes I look at him more like thank God that I got to have the time that I had with them. Thank God that I was around them. Like you got to be great. Like what if how I am like with my father. Like thank God I had the best dad ever. Thank God that because I didn't know where to, like, we all don't know where we're going to come, whatever. I just had a great relationship with him with this and that. But what if it was different or terrible and it was a piece of shit or whatever the fuck? But whatever, it wasn't. I mean, he was amazing. So, I mean, I hate when I say that is amazing. I'm just saying, though, that it's at that time. You know what I mean? But my point is that when Zach Wilde said that to the host on Rock Feed about like Ozzy and his father and stuff, I was like, fuck yeah, like it makes a lot of sense. And the older we get, all of us, and I know we all don't have the same relationship with our folks and stuff like that. Me and my pops are like, but he's my best friend in the world. But my point being, though, is it's a raw deal that, we got to grow. We got to be born and see our folks pass. And unfortunately, I actually seen folks bury a lot of their children, which is just fucking terrible. But even the natural order of things hurt, though, the other way around. But that's life. But all we could do is be thankful, though, for the, the memories and all the beautiful things that they left behind, whoever it was that was in your life, And that's where I'm, that's where I'm trying to find fucking solace because it's hard to prepare for something like that. Loss is tough. Loss is hard, but it's got to be for fucking something, right? There's got to be some reason, right? It's almost like we learned so much, like, because I noticed, like, I'm 44 now, and, like, I'm not gonna lie, I thought I knew everything when I was 20. I was a fucking young punk fucking idiot that someone should have fucking smacked in the fucking mouth. Just being honest. I wish I could have went back, I wish I could get out of my body and go back to 22 and give me a hard fucking right cross to the fucking chin. But my point though being though is it seems like the older we get, the more we learn about life, and then it's time to like, get sick or pass away or whatever. Like once like, you really start. So I personally think this is all like training or a test for something else that's good that's afterwards. So I don't know. I don't know where this episode's going though, but it's fucking we're getting from fucking phonographs to fucking I don't know the afterlife, the other side. All right, where are we at? Gracie girl was watching a movie. That's where you're at. Before Ozzy passed, what do you got for me, Victrola? Before Ozzy passed, AI was recording fail. Oh, I know. So was a sucker punch in the gut when it really happened. And that one video too of him on the doing the show, and people got mad at me. And that's why I was like, all right, I'm gonna put a post up. If you go all the way, I mean, it's way back because we have that community now. But I was like, if there one thing about this channel here is you will never ever see AI. But there were so many people believing two things. One, they were believing this video of Ozzy. It was showing him like on the chair and showing, the screen up back to the beginning, and then it would show him in his kitchen dancing it, and it was him going, "It's time for me, guys, now to go." Like basically telling everyone that I'm gonna die. I'm doing this show because I know I'm gonna die. If I loved my wife, and I'm gonna die, and everyone underneath it was like, "Oh my God, Ozzy!" So and and I just wrote something. Someone was like, "So, well, even if it's not him, this is beautiful." But to me, I'm like, even if it's not him, where are we going in history? Like, where are we going? Even if it's it, we're just going to accept and everything or whatever. Like, I don't know. I just like real shit. Like, and yeah, so I get real mad sometimes about AI. So you'll never see AI on this channel ever. Just know that. That's a fucking fact. Just so you know. It's sad whenever anyone dies, but celebrity deaths don't usually bother me beyond normal human compassion. But Ozzy, that one hit me alive. Yeah, I know, and that's what. But you know what? I always do. I even said to myself before, like, how, like, we all just think it when we're whatever. I even said when Ozzy, you might be alive, Loomis, when Ozzy passes. Like, how you? I'm like, thinking about like how I'd feel. I'm like, I don't want to think, blah blah blah. Then we see him finally. Yeah, he was popping up here and there on interviews, and he came out with patient number 9, which was great. And and then Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, we got to see him, and which was sad. And Sharon Osbourne was right when they're like, why do they wait forever to induct these people? They wait till they're like in their 70s. You know what I mean? Look at my father's downstairs, 74 years old. And not going to see 75. And so if he was like a rocker and made it like right now, like why did they wait so long? Because what I'm trying to get at is that if you see the documentary, Ozzy was heartbroken that he couldn't perform at it. At least he got to see himself though get in it, but he was like embarrassed and like this or that. But I love though in the last show though when he's in the chair and he's looking at Dave and the other guy before he says intro tape. He's like, he's sitting there like before they raise him. He's like, "Is the band up there? Is the band up there?" Like he was all like, He loved his fans. He was just loved his fans. That's what's cool about the channel. It gave us fans a place to mourn together. Oh yeah, like Gina said to me, she's like, we should just call this like these ones, these night ones, instead of just like Ozzy talk, just call them fucking Ozzy therapy. You know what I mean? Get it all out. And Ozzy only gone physically. He's the Prince of freaking Stars, and his legend will live forever through us. That Ozzy is always alive, and he is on the other side in fucking paradise. I got a really bad feeling. I got a really bad feeling creep over me. Like a creepy feel, like a, yeah, like a, you know what? He was always like, cause for me, I guess it was my microphone went out for a second. Sorry, apologies. But it was like he was always like that constant. And even though for a while, I mean, I always see it. I mean, I'm on his Instagram, I'm on his, wherever the hell anything is posted, I see whatever I see and all that stuff. But other than that, um, I, I just, it was like, I don't know. It was like, it was like a part of me missing. Like my die Ozzy, that was like just always on my lap here, right? So that's like a body part of me like missing. But like when Ozzy died, it was like an internal like part of me, just like what you just said, creepy. It's kind of like almost like that feeling, but like you had that gut punch in your stomach because you just lost it. Like I lost something, like But we have the music, the film. I don't know how far back I was, but even if you don't know these people or you never call them up or talk to them or whatever, that doesn't mean anything. Because some people be like, "How could you get upset? You didn't like know me or whatever." Yeah, you did. Yes, I did. Well, the time when I was fucking dope sick out of my fucking mind, and I kept listening to the road to nowhere and fucking thinking of this or that. Like, you know what I mean? I know what the fuck this or that, but it was just more than that, though. It was just I can't put my like finger on it though, and that's why I think everyone like loved him too. Like it wasn't just the music with Ozzy, though. It was him, like the person. His soul, though, was so. They call him the Prince of Darkness. So, I'm sorry, but his soul was so fucking like he had what do they say? Whatever of gold, heart of gold. Well, he has a soul of gold, a soul of what. And for real. And he's watching those Ronnie James Dio tapes and stuff towards like the end though of like his life. And just like I said before, he never changed. Of course, yeah, he got expensive jewelry and he was able to clean. He came from fucking shit. Like they didn't even have soap and water. He had to take shit outside the side of his house. Look at the fucking shorts I put up on him. But what I'm trying to say though is that he just I don't know, just never changed. Amazing. Gut instinct. That's what I felt when Ozzy passed away. Yeah. Mm. They did. Well, listen, here's what happened. So when Gene, um, uh, and real quick, I had to hit that though. That's exactly what happened to me. Because I bent down to take my phone off the fucking charger, right? I'm on my knees, bending down, boom, on my mattress. I take off my charger after I was already downstairs for a good bit, probably. I didn't look at my phone at all, and it's been 45 minutes, hour. I was already up all night because we were in the studio editing for the documentary. So at 8 a.m., I probably went to sleep. So when I found out, I mean, tons of people already knew. I mean, it was fucking everywhere. I mean, everyone's fucking profile pictures was of Ozzy. Like everyone. And I was like, this is like fucking like what is this? Like it was just it was weird. So like it was like in a way waking up to that news and right away. But I don't look. I do a thing where I try to look at don't look at my phone, and then when I saw all the text messages, and I make sure before I go to sleep, you know, you can clear out all your screens. I just make sure I clear out all my screens so everything's refreshed. And so there was nothing that so, but I went and I don't have notifications on because I have a lot of Facebook. I help a lot of other people who are like you know, like who have like fucking tons of followers that are well known. I run their Facebook pages and stuff for them and stuff like that. So I can't have my notifications on. So I didn't see none of that shit. All I seen was too many texts at like fucking what was it, 3:45, 3:30 in the afternoon. Um what time they say he died there? I think he died at 5 o'clock in the no, he died at 1 o'clock. I think he died at 1, did they say in England? 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. or 1, I forget. Maybe I'm wrong there. Might have been 5 a.m. or whatever, but whatever. Fucking sucks. That's all. Just fucking sucks. I think Ozzy would be amazed at how the entire world reacted to his passing. Well, look at this right here, everyone. This channel has nothing to do with this guy here at all. This channel has everything to do with Ozzy. And look what he's doing already. I mean, I'm fucking half fucking asleep, loving this at 3:52 in the morning. He's still bringing people together. Just wanted to throw that into your reply or your rebuttal. Not your role. I didn't ask you anything, but you know what I mean. Your reply. Just I used the wrong word from what you're saying as well. So another reason why he's beautiful. I think Ozzy would be amazed how the entire world reacted to his path. Well, I think sometimes he doubted how impactful. You just nailed it. Well, yeah, that's why he had to get back up on stage. He was very insecure. Like I always say every week, like he used to like Henry Rollins says that look up Henry Rollins talking about Ozzy fucking going. Is anyone out there? And Harry Rollins is like, dude, the fucking stadium's fucking, there's people fucking hanging off the rafters. What are you talking about? Like, that's how humble he was and like worried stuff. So imagine him being injured for as long as he was. And then did his last show, New Year's Eve, 2018, at the Forum was his last full Ozzy running around show. That was it, full show. And then for yes, for 6 years. Yes, I know for he sang a song at a halftime show, but I'm saying it'll really being back and like doing your tour because he had to cancel his tour. So for 5, 6 years, he's not back and stuff. And then he's sitting down underneath though, and then he comes back up though to see the crowd. Like you know, how courageous that is. Like you know, you said it, Victrola, that like it was 2 weeks ago. Like for him, like Ozzy didn't. He knew he was loved, but I don't know if there was just some. Like he would just always like you know even this show. He loved it, but if he was still alive, let's say if he lived for another 5 years, I don't think he would be able to without trying to perform again. He needed to. Especially after watching those last two, and I read everything. I read every Sabbath book. I read fucking all the books from musicians. I read fucking every little detail, this or that. All I'm saying is that after those two documentaries together, I really think that man, he needed his wife, his family, and he needed us, uh, real bad. And he's training so hard as he's in pain, and like this isn't like I could see someone doing it for like, oh my god, my kid needs a transplant and we need to make money. Let's like I have Parkinson's and I'm fucking could pass away because of my heart at any moment, but I'm gonna fucking get in shape for a fucking show. That's just I don't know. That's just incredible what he did, and he made it, and he did it, and it's the most badass fucking thing though ever though when you think about it though. Like I mean, it is poetic. and the way how he did go out. But yeah, it's crazy. Let's see. Absolutely silly Munchkin was and is. He did though. He said though, like at first though, with his first marriage though, and then after he let that though shit go, and then like he didn't though, and then even at the end, that's why when I was like the Ronnie James Dio, that's why that's why he's so loved, and that's why he didn't change. And I forgot to put the Gene Simmons thing up. Someone said right here, like Gene Simmons said. So yeah, when I saw he came on, when you said people came together for a moment. It was longer than a moment. It was like a solid fucking like week and a half. Though I'm saying a busy fucking traffic on, not just because I look up on Ozzy and stuff like that, but look at my father's phone, fucking boom, like swiped up though, would see it, fucking it was on TV a lot. It was a big deal here too, not just over in England. I mean, Birmingham, what they did though was just an unbelievable job though. I mean, you want to talk about respect and just fucking having pure fucking class. I mean, come on. But yeah, so Gene Simmons, though, and I mentioned this in my episode on the My Take thing from the documentary, but when he came out, there's a part where Gene Simmons goes, you see him get mad at himself because he looks back at his own life. And what he said was, he's like, Ozzy never pretended. Ozzy never put on this game. And he goes, I have to admit, I'm guilty of that. I put on this game. And then he goes, I wish I was more like that, like talking about Ozzy, like being like real. Then he's like, then Ozzy's sitting down in front of people and they asked him like what music does he like, and Ozzy doesn't have to like what it, he's like ABBA, and like even though ABBA's fucking, my buddy Jan's like ABBA, I love ABBA. There's some great melodies and keyboard stuff. But anyway, like like he just was him. Like he didn't give a fuck what anyone thought. Like he was just him. Like Ozzy is the definition of zero fucks given. The definition of it. In with though one of the most beautifulest, like kindred, tender souls that you could ever imagine. And that's a very, very, very interesting mix. And that's why he was and is who he is. But that's what I believe personally. And so, Jared, you have a great, and that's why Victrola said true. Yeah, because it leads back to his insecurity, 100%. But it's beautiful. I know for a fact, and also like his son said, and if you saw when they're talking about it, the reviews on it were amazing, and he was reading everyone talking about it. Everyone, and it's the truth, because I'm not gonna lie to you, when he got reeled up or whatever, I was like, listen, even if he sounds like fucking shit, I just what I said to myself, I'm like, it's Ozzy. Like everyone just wants to see him, and just even just let the songs play and try, man. We're here no matter what. We love you or not. We love you. And but he sounded better than the last show I seen him when he was in Allentown. So I was blown away. I couldn't believe how his voice sounded. And Mr. Crowley blew me away because it's like my favorite song. And I thought, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, the guy with Parkinson's, he's been training, I don't know how long, the fucking years trying to get back. He couldn't even fly for so long because of his back. He had a certain amount of whatever. That's why it took him so long even to get to England. Finally gets here, has to rehearse with Sabbath quick. I thought that they was just gonna play like fucking, three fucking. I thought it was gonna be like Crazy Train and Paranoid and like whatever. I didn't really saw it. I mean, he did Crowley. He did. I mean, obviously we know Crazy Train, but Mr. Crowley is what blew me away because even though it's not everyone knows that song, like it's it's not as commercial to me as Crazy Train. Like it's not on the football fields and stuff like that. But I was just the way he sang it incredible. I thought he sang it incredible, and it's my favorite fucking tune that got me started on playing keys. So that was great, and yeah, it's great. All right, where are we at? He never lost his sense of humor despite it. Who see right here, Dean? I seen both of them, my man, and you just nailed it. And the difference is that you're right. He still did throughout his sense of humor, but you could tell at times like we know when he was talking and just like and that. I don't that scene when I don't did you see the Paramount Plus one? If you didn't, you got to see it. I don't want to. Yeah, no, and it wasn't though that you may be right, but it wasn't the more how he could sound though. From what I heard though, I heard that Iommi though said something though more that I don't know why my mic keeps doing that, but something that along the lines of Iommi who said though he didn't though look good though at rehearsals, and they weren't worried about you know Ozzy. They were worried like as musicians, like Iommi with Bill. Bill hasn't played in 20 years with them. They wanted to be tight and stuff like that. If Ozzy was up on that stage and he wasn't perfect singing and stuff, I think what they were worried about was his health. Like, was he going to be able like to do this? And once you watch those documentaries and you see all the time, like his blood pressure would be like sky high, and then when he had to go to the hospital, and then he got sepsis, and then he got this and that. So I mean, just even in that chair, like and think about all those people screaming, like that rush that must go through you. Holy Christ, the 40,000 people. I'm just saying that was a risk to by itself. That's why, like, if you look at Sharon on the side and the family watching like this, I don't think they weren't nervous about Ozzy's voice sounding bad. Like, it's like, who's gonna really? Are we gonna really be that mad? If he was a little, if it was he was off, no, and even when he crack on, like if you listen to Mama, I'm Coming Home, if you didn't know or who Ozzy was and you put that in, let's say a CD player, and you just were listening to that, let's say you're painting, right? You're just painting your wall, and whatever, and you're listening to that song, you'd be like, what the fuck, like. Because you don't understand. He's choked up. He's just sitting down. All that. So, like, it takes away. I think it doesn't matter how he sounded at all, and but he sounded great. And what's even crazier is he did his own solo, and then they had the break, and then went back out there, and he took that fucking show real seriously too, man. Like he was so fucking into that, and fucking he said, "What a way to," exact words, "What a way to go out." And he said that was a great gig, man. And he knew it was a great gig. That's what makes me happy. But the thing with Ozzy Osbourne is that's a great gig, man. And then 2 months later, he'd be like, "Oh, well, do they remember that gig? Did it?" You know what I mean? That's how Ozzy was. But Ozzy saw that we fucking were all fucking still right here in love. The Mr. Crowley. That's my favorite. Well said, Dean. There she is, vintage Bonnie. Great lady right there. That's like my internet sister right there. If you guys aren't, she has a great channel. A lot of like old model actresses and singers and beautiful like black and white, the old school stuff that I love. Vintage Bonnie, and she's got a nice little following. Give her a subscribe. She's great. And I hope all is well. La Senorita. I could call her that. She understands why. I know her now for what? 4 years? Yeah, about 4 years. Hi, Bonnie. Hope you're G. Hope you're good. Sorry. Hi, Bonnie. Hope you're having a good night. You got it. You got it. I'm thankful he sang and didn't do a lip sync deal. Oh, and that's the other thing too. I thought that there was gonna be, and I was even like, you know what? I mean, he has Parkinson's. And even at the patient number 9 interview, like he's sitting next to his wife, and he's like, so, and that was way before, and he has Parkinson's. He's in his chair, like he's not going to. It's something's going to be on. Nothing. There is nothing on at all, Jersey. Exactly, like there is nothing, and that was beautiful. And yeah, that's beautiful. I'm thankful for that too. But even though, like, if he had, let's say, like, not, like, what's the broad's name that, and the lady, don't get offended, ladies. Like when I say broads, I'm just that's how my uncles grew up. We always say like, what a nice broad. Like that's a compliment. So I know people get offended out there in the world. I am not offending you when I say that. So I just want you to know that. But anyway, with that said, um, with I miss Ozzy. I cry and I want him back. I hear you, my man. It sucks. It sucks. Did you miss me? What do you mean you missed me? We've been talking. What do you mean, our la senorita? Oh, and by the way, Kara, excuse me, if Kara mates, I'm crying, Miss Ozzy. She's not talking about you. She was talking about something earlier from me, just so you know. You're welcome, Bonnie. And I'm so sorry, too, about, you know what. Be thankful we had him for as long as we did. DJ, that's what I was just saying about the whole what Zach said though on the rock feed thing though, like with that attitude, you're right. I can honestly say I listen to Ozzy or Sabbath at least 5 days a week for many years now. Nice. Ozzy said himself he shouldn't have made it, but yeah, no, yeah, he said that. He goes, he didn't think he'd see 40, and I do this every fucking. Excuse me. I don't know, but all I was just trying to say is what you just said. Ozzy said himself he should have made it past 40, and I was like, yes, you're correct. But I usually always have it here, but I forgot I had it in on the other room. I probably did it. I don't know what it is, but God bless Ozzy Osbourne. Um, watch that if you haven't seen it. So it's a surprise party in the beginning, and it's when he turned 60, and Bill Ward's there, and like, and he said, second he sees Bill Ward, he's like, we fucking made it. We fucking made it. He couldn't even believe it, like, that he made 60 and stuff. And this was Ozzy still, like Ozzy, like walking around, still killing it, touring, when we were all seeing him at Ozfest. But yeah, yeah, I mean, the way he lived and stuff, absolutely. It's a miracle that he's alive this long, but you got to be on the other side, like you said, you got to be grateful. Yeah, me neither. There'll never be another one. That's why we were just jamming him earlier. And then after, so what happens is that since this channel will never be monetized, I can't get a strike, which is beautiful. Because this is just a tribute. I don't care how big, because like I said, I already can monetize it because it has 3,245 subscribers, and it has, I'll tell you right now, and this is in only 3 months. This is how much Ozzy's loved. Let's see, the lifetime views in 3 months. 1,855,936 views. and that's in 3 months. That's how love that man is. Jesus. But like I said, um, unmonetized tribute Into the Void, Ozzy Osbourne tribute for diehard fans. And like I said, Pat from the band, Madhouse is gonna be hopefully we'll set something up. Well, he'll come on. Any one of you can absolutely come on at any time. I watch God Bless Ozzy every day, and Don't Blame Me and his new doc and Cry Me Out and geez. Yes, God bless Ozzy. Yeah, that person like this I mean, well, the two new ones, see the two new ones are different because it's like we know what it's like, oh man. But God bless Ozzy Osbourne. No, I love it. Every little part. And when he's putting the bed up, how it's like goes under the bed, he's like, watch this. And he says though, like he's like stoned, but he's smoking pot. I mean, you could totally tell. I mean, he's like, watch this, and the bed just comes up from underneath the floor, and then it just keeps going down, and then just I don't know, just the whole thing. We fucking made it to Bill Ward, and I don't know, everything about it was great. And then they renewed. No, they already did renew their vows, but yeah, no, he was fucking amazing. And he does the when he's on the stage. Whoosh. That was actually the new one too. Also, the 9 Lives of Ozzy Osbourne's incredible, and that's on here. That's on YouTube. I put short clips. If you guys go into the shorts and you just scroll down, like I have tons of clips from that, but you could just watch the whole thing. It's the 9 Lives of Ozzy Osbourne. That's on here by A&E. It's from A&E. It's on here. It's only the body that dies. He's still out there somewhere. No, 100%. 100%. He's out. He wanted to go out in England. And how about what they did in Birmingham with all the stuff that, and his family even walked up to the bridge and put down the flowers and stuff. And then Birmingham, though, takes all the flowers and mulches them all up. Are you kidding me? Like, and then tags up like all the little stuffed animals, all the little pictures, and then they're taken to freaking Ozzy's estate. Like, I'm not laughing like how I'm laughing like how classy is this? And because I'm thinking of like, the Walk of Fame here, like, they'll kick the flowers out of the fucking way and shit like that. But not for him. I'm just saying in general. But like when I saw that, I was like, wow. You want to talk about just respect and classy and just like that's America needs to take lessons. That's all I can say. And by the way, Dean, that sentence that you put right there, I got to start because you are absolutely correct. Gracie, I've been watching God Bless Ozzy Osbourne. Like when I'm laying down at night, that's the only thing I watch. But every single time during the day, like when I'm like working on the paper stuff and the paperwork or on here, I'm always have Live of Budokan on, and Don't Blame Me is also the other one though that I watch though all the time. That's why I always put the clips up from that. I love it. Well, in the beginning, I was putting the clips up from I put a lot of them up from Don't Blame Me in the beginning. We fucking made it. We fucking made it. That's what he says to him. It's so fucking great. It's so great. We fucking made it. I seen him in San Antonio. He said, remember when I said I quit smoking pot? Crowd cheered a bit and said, I fucking lied. And the funny thing is, too, he definitely, like, his wife at that time, though, thought, though, that he, like, did, though. Like, oh, man. Because I know how it is, like, when you need something, and there's moments in his life, though, where I've been there too. I was the fraud. Like I remember fucking back like in 2013. I was like, yeah, I got a year fucking clean. I go up and I get a chip, and I'm fucking out of my mind to the gills, all yacked out, fucking acting like I'm like, get the fuck out of here. But no, I get it. I'm just laughing. It's just, you ever see that video when he's like, he's like, be careful. He's like, if anyone out there, you have any drugs or alcohol, give me some. Anyone ever see that video? It's like, is he fucking around, or like, is when he's like, when he goes, give me some, like, he seems, it looks like he's hurting, like he's detoxing, and I get it. I need to buy Live at Budokan. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And put the Believers on there from Diary of a Madman. Junkie from freaking Down to Earth, which is great. I love that song on that album. Mr. Crowley, fucking, you ain't making enough fucking noise. The Japanese crowds like are different though. They're fucking, it's crazy. They're so in sync in unison. And plus though, the Live at Buddha got DVD though. Like it's almost like there's like a documentary in it, like them out there and the band, and like they're all tied. Like yeah, it definitely get that. Bill Ward couldn't get it washed off in the bathroom, so he took a marker and colored his head, and to hide Ozzy's little prank. Did you see? Oh, wait. Funny Ozzy story. Yeah, late 90s, Sabbath was doing a sign, and Ozzy put a World War II German symbol on Bill's head while he was asleep. Beforehand, Bill couldn't understand the looks he was getting till he saw it. Dude, Ozzy used to fuck with him so bad, dude. And they were like the best of friends. And it's like Bill's the one that would break the news to him to go. But even the song Nativity in Black that everyone can, well, see, I just said it. It's not Nativity in Black, it's NIB, because Ozzy lit his fucking beard on fire. And he goes, his beard looks like a fucking pen nib. So that's where NIB came from. And I even put the clip up. It was probably about, maybe like 9 or 10 clips back on my shorts. And if it's not, just keep going because it's there. But it's you could hear him tell the whole story. So Nativity in Black, and there's even Black Sabbath cover bands all over the place, even around here. Nativity in Black. But the real song's just called NIB Nip because his beard looked like a fucking pen nib. So, oh, I love it. And The Last Supper, though, that which is a fantastic DVD, is the only thing though that I wish with The Last Supper. But here's all you got to do. What they do, it's a live show of the reunion, and from 97, and during the songs they go, and you hear the song lighten, because and then you see Ozzy sitting there and he's explaining, and then it goes to Tony Iommi, then it might go to all of them on the couch, and then it might go to whatever, like, but and then they explain how they came up with this song, or something about Tony's fingers, and Bill Ward, NIB, and la da da da. It's great. I just wish though that the other side of the DVD though just had the full concert by itself, so you could just see the full concert, because you can't just see the full concert. They have it where they keep coming in, which is amazing because you get to, but I'm saying, so just it's it's the best Sabbath sounding produced, probably because of the time. I think live album is Reunion, meaning live and loud and just boom. Black Sabbath, the Reunion from 97 album is fantastic, so just buy that. But that documentary, and I believe it's on YouTube, Black Sabbath The Last Supper, is fantastic. Look at this, 438. How am I almost, see this? I could talk about this shit all. I can't believe I could do it this long. It's dead. Budokan is the man, DJ. That's why shit. Live and Loud though is fantastic too, though. The sound of that though too, and that was the first time I seen Ozzy here in Allentown up the road. And if you ever see that scene though, when he's with, oh no, that's at Red Rock. Never mind. Hold on, wait. That show was the roughest pit I've been in a couple. What did I miss, Kilo? Oh, right here. I seen him in San Antonio. He said, "Remember when I said quit smoking pot, crouching?" Oh, you're saying though they hold on, where you? I probably spelled Buddha kind of wrong. Oh yeah, no, it happens, my man. I spell my name wrong all the time. That show was the roughest pit I've ever been in. Really, for Ozzy, or was it at or was it at an Ozfest? What time is it? I mean, on the real life thing, 4:21 in there. It's four. No, it's already 4:04. Just go fuck it. Just go 5 hours and you can go. I don't know why it does that. It's like if you touch a fucking cord. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. Sorry. Let's go red, motherfuckers. Huh? Let's go red. All right. How's that look, right? Yeah, that's the look. Yeah, I'll do it red. Why not? Sorry, guys. I'm not a professional. This is a live show, so I just, Last Supper is excellent. Jersey, see, my man Jersey knows what's up. Jersey, if I could sit next to Jersey and talk all fucking night, he knows. I hear Ozfest would have mosh. No, Ozfest definitely, absolutely would. I was just curious if he was talking about Ozzy. But Ozfest itself, yeah, real bad. My buddy Digger, R.I.P. Sergeant at Arms in the Outlaws. But um, he fucking blasted some dude in the pit and fucking put him out. And then when the guy went down, though, he fucking snapped his fucking leg. And then, so yeah, that was at Ozfest. So, I mean, no, I know. And, you got to remember Pantera played there, Hatebreed, BLS in the second stage, and those little second stage little fucking pits at times with certain bands. Uh, you know, was a Mastodon. Um, I mean everyone, yeah. I mean tons of pits. Tons. See, you know what I keep forgetting too, because see, if anyone's seen Ozzy before Ozfest, though, like I have, like if you see, so that's great. That's weird. Even though he did though a lot of the appearances and stuff like that at like certain type of concerts and so on, though, but like it was always an Ozfest after. That fucking Black Sabbath reunion wasn't just that. That wasn't the tour. That was Ozfest. Their reunion was Ozfest because and Marilyn Manson also they opened for them, and Camden, New Jersey, 1997. So Ozfest has been, and then after 98, then was the Ozfest though with I just put the short up on it where a lot of people think it was the best Ozfest. Yeah, and that's like probably, and that's because the first one was see say you would because you would think though that that would just be that's what used to amaze me about Ozfest. I remember I was like watching like Priest, and then it was Priest 1 year, and then the other year I was watching uh well Corn played before, I don't know, White Zombie, uh Manson, but who the fuck was it? Whatever. I just remember saying like I remember like going like holy fuck, like this is amazing, but You mean to tell me that Black Sabbath's coming on the stage still after all this? Like it's like what? And then they do, and it's like, oh my fucking god. But they did tours though, like the end tour, which was an Ozfest. So, and I was at that, and sadly, was it Sabbath? No, but it was Ozzy Geezer and Bill Ward, excuse me, and Tony playing Black Sabbath. So it was still fucking, I still had a blast. It was still great, to be honest. But I got to see him know Bill Ward in 2005 in Virginia. And that's when my girlfriend's sister drank too much GHB and the ambulance took her because she was out cold. And she's like, come on, my sister, my sister. And I'm like, all right, go. I hope she's all right. I'm fucking Sabbath. And we are front row. And she was fine. I told the story a million times on here, but that was 20 years ago. But man, what a show. And Priest opened. I remember right before, and it was Super Joint Ritual, Phil Anselmo's new band. I believe they were first, and then it was BLS, and then after fucking BLS, it was oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I had it. I hate when that happens. Super Joint, Black Label. There was someone else. Then it was Priest. Then it was Black Sabbath, and I was like, oh my god. I was right in front of fucking Geezer Butler. Literally right there. Fucking great. Great fucking time. Nissan Pavilion in Virginia. Pantera 97. Yeah, 97 Mudvayne. Pantera, yep, and Mudvayne 2001 was two craziest crowds I saw. Yeah, I Mudvayne at the Rolling Rock Town Fair. They were so rough that when that Aaron Lewis from Stain though, like went up and chipped, people just started throwing mud at him, and he got so pissed off and stuff. So he was throwing mud back, and I'm like, "You fucking idiot!" I'm like, "Why would you do that?" Like I even knew back then. I'm like, it's like almost like the internet. You don't fuck with the internet, man. Like or lie. The internet's undefeated. You don't fuck with the crowd or whatever, playing their fucking little games. So once the crowd saw he was all pissy and mad, and beforehand, fucking what do you call it though? Literally just got off the fucking stage though. Fucking Mudvayne. And people love him. But they just kept throwing more at him and they stayed left like babies. But then STP, Stone Temple Pilots, came out to close the show. And Scott Weiland came out with the flag and the megaphone and was dancing, and everyone was like, "Ah!" Like they loved it. It was great. But yeah, people they get fucked up, and there's shows now too though where people even the hardcore you see like where they go like front side to one side and they just go they just run at each other. I mean, I'm 44 now. I mean, I don't need to be doing that, but hey, if you're loving it, fucking love it. If you could speak to Ozzy's ghost right now, what would you say to him? Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. And hopefully I could give a ghost a hug, that'd be nice. But I just say thank you for everything. Good question, though. I caught the one that Phil played his Hillside band down. Missed him with Pantera. Sounds like a good show. Yeah, well, he's at Down and Super Joint. And then I said that's when I seen him with Super Joint. And Down. And they were good, man. Down, I like Down. I like, Phil's fucking listen, man, when Pantera was fucking in their like prime, great rare form before any back injuries with Phil or any, they were just a fucking wrecking ball. Like they saved metal like at that. If you think about it, it's different type of metal. It's like the southern like type, or like because they're Texas, it just has that. And they used to be like the spandex, hair rock, whatever, but then they just went into fucking Jesus Christ. I don't even know. It was just unbelievable. And yes, of course, Metallica was still there, but then Metallica was at the Black Album, but then don't forget that they went down the load. I'm just saying, like on the popular commercial type scene, Pantera though saved metal definitely through the rest of all the through all the 90s, and they were just unbelievable. And Dimebag, I never seen anyone play. I see a lot of guitar players, and I watch them too because I know music and I study music. My whole life is like music. My whole point being is, like, for example, like Yngwie Malmsteen, like his sweeps, he's yes, great, right? But the way how Dime does them, and like not comparing to Yngwie, meaning no, like because Yngwie's just like he's just sweeping and just showing sweeps, but when Dime sweeps during his song, I just never seen it. Their his arpeggios are so fucking clean, and they just ring right through. No, like with it, like I like just not like no with he could staccato wise, he could sustain wise. He's just I don't know. Like he's fucking ridiculous, ridiculous on guitar. That's all I could say. Dean, I thank him for his music and legacy, and that I love him, and he is more than loved than I'll ever know. Yeah, you know what? Hopefully, Victrola would have been next to me too, and then could have finished off with that. But to help him out with letting him know everyone's loved, though. You know, they loved you still, Oz. His insecurities don't kick in, but you just said it though, Victrola. I forgot to say. I would say thank you for everything, and I love you. And I don't know if you're going to be seeing anyone else, but I want you to know that the world fucking loves you, and the world stopped when you went on the other side. Just so you know, that's what I tell them. That's a great fucking answer, Victrola. The bassist from Medvein is unbelievable. His style and using slap bass and metal is nuts. Yeah, there's two bands that I always say, even though I think Tool's like, a total different type of style and all that though. But like, I always say Mudvayne's bass is what makes their music, and I always say in Tool, and people are probably gonna disagree with me though, but I don't know. You could disagree like all you want. I'm just saying, music wise, but like what makes Tool Tool is their drummer, and because he's so fucking good, and it's because I'm like, why does this band just sound, meaning just the sound, like the button that they hit, always kind of like have like sound the same in the same avenue, but yet though the songs sound different, even though it's still like like it's because his drumming and the way that he's what's that guy, Danny Carey, that's his, yeah, just unbelievable. But yes, yes, I agree though with you, Kilo. 100%. Ozfest 97 was great because it was co-headlined by Ozzy, then Black Sabbath. That was great. Exactly. And that's why, when DJ, my man, what is up? No, wait a minute. No, I thought 97 no was. Wait a minute, because I was in Camden. No, you're probably right. I thought that they Ozfest 97 lineup.
The Ozfest 97 lineup had Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne, Marilyn Manson, Typo Negative, and Fear Factory on the main stage. The second stage featured Machine Head, Cold Chamber, Downset, and also included Neurosis.
Yeah, that's right. Because Typo was there. So listen to this. '97 Ozfest was Sabbath, right? I'm sorry, Pantera, Manson, Typo Negative. That was the main stage. Oh, and Fear Factory. I'm sorry, and Fear Factory. Are you fucking kidding me? Second stage, like Machine Head, Drain STH, Cold Chamber, Downset, Powerman 5000, Neurosis, Slow Burn, Vision of Disorder. So 97 when there's no Ozzy, well, I know what you're talking about, my man. Ozzy done that though, but you're thinking of the No More Tours tour. That's when he retired in 1991, and then he would do his normal set, and then Sabbath though would come out, and they did a couple songs, and they'd get together. So, but like they really considered it a real reunion in '97 though, like when they were back, and then they didn't even make an album though until what was that 2009, 2010, 11 or 11ish I think, and it actually went #1, but on a different time. But man, imagine that. So that's typo negative, Manson, Pantera. Oh, wait a minute, I'm wrong. Wait a minute. He's Kilo, 100%. You're right. But Sabbath though would actually close out the other night though. But you're right though, Ozzy solo too. So look at that typo. Just imagine this, folks, on the main stage. If you know if you know the rest of these bands, I'm sure you all do. But I mean, let's say, okay, Fear Factory, right? So boom, Fear Factory fucking smashes you. Then let's say Machine Head, right? And then after that, though, then we're gonna fucking jump into fucking uh Fear Factory, Machine Head, I'm sorry, there typo negative, right? Then Marilyn Manson. And then we're gonna hit you with Pantera. And then we're going to hit you with Ozzy Osbourne. And then after Ozzy's done, we're going to give you 12 songs from Black Sabbath. Why did the Osbourne say 98 the best? Everyone compares everything to 90. I don't see anything better than this ever than 97. I just don't see, especially with typo though, just to warm up the fact though, if you're like at that time, like with those bands, like so typo, then you have Manson, and then fucking boom, Pantera to fucking Ozzy to fucking Sabbath. And don't forget too, Fear Factory was before that, Machine Head. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Because when I went there, you got to remember, I was still in high school, and it was just boom, went right up, and like we were like when we got in, like it was a sneak up. Oh, it was Camden, New Jersey. Is the blind at that time it was called the Blockbuster Entertainment Sony or something, I believe. But yeah, it was just all great, right? Dana has a truly unique sound and timing. He drives a lot of that band. Ozzy did a set, then Sabbath did a set. Yeah, but what I don't understand though is though when I though went, it was just Sabbath. That's why though I'm getting though, you know what I mean? So which and shit could have been broken up or whatever, but it was just Sabbath. We did though get there though late. This was like I'm in high school. Fuck, because I always had the tension too. So if you didn't have the tension, you get out of 240. If you had the tension, you didn't get out to 335. And then if you left at the seventh period, which obviously you get rid of, obviously because it's the last period. But if you remember, if you left though, then you could believe it too. So I was said, fuck the tension, fuck whatever. I even like fuck the day. But I was like, nah, I gotta go in because I remember it perfectly though, because they just started these new things called graduation projects. And before you could graduate school, you had to do your graduation projects. So whatever. So I remember though doing that. And I remember we flew up and we went up there because it was about 2 hours away. Sony Blockbuster Entertainment Center, Camden, and got in. And I just remember Marilyn Manson on fucking stilts, fucking all fucking like it was just fucking wild. It was fucking wild. Yeah, Pantera was right before Ozzy. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised either though. Well, this was only 97, Pete. I'm sorry, Pete, not Pete. I'm sorry, Jersey Dev. But when in 2000, like 3-ish, 4-ish, like Ozzy was just like, even saying the show, like, don't put me like back to back on nights, like with my voice and stuff like this. I wouldn't be surprised though, like maybe we went on that night that I saw him or whatever, though, there could have just been no, like, I'm just doing no with Sabbath. Actually, I think that's what happened, actually. And it was a longer set than it was supposed to be. I think that's it. 'Cause listen, I didn't have tickets for this show or nothing. This was like a thing that was like I was in school. I used to sell drugs in school and have a beeper. Like I thought I was Mr. Whatever the fuck. Yeah, I was a fucking one of them, an idiot. But I'm in school and someone comes up to me and it's like, dude, we got fucking Ozfest going on out there. Let's roll. Are you in? And it was like that, it wasn't like a planned thing. And then we just boom went out. So I'll look over the history of that exact show though, but because I know I would have remembered Ozzy solo. I know I would have. Machine had been around a while, still putting it out. Yeah, they have. They were down here too before, I believe, at Mantis Green. At my director, James Callahan's place down here. A lot of bands were. Manson was there, Korn was there, fucking a lot of places. Manson did a great show that night. The man, I was telling the story. My mistake. Manson was 01 for Camden. Power Man 5000 had been added to 97 show because Manson wasn't there. Something's not adding up, dude. Marilyn Manson was definitely at the show though. Marilyn Manson was at the show, high on stilts and fucking singing, going nuts, dancing, and Black Sabbath. That wasn't us. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Black Sabbath, Danzig, Marilyn Manson. You're right, Jersey. You're totally fucking right, though, man. You're 100. I'm getting them mixed up, man. I'm getting shows mixed up with us. You know what I mean? Okay, so I seen Black Sabbath a total of 4 times. Sabbath, not Ozzy. Sabbath with Ozzy though. I'm saying a total of 4 times. Ozzy, forget about it. I seen him. I what a lot. More than that. Why didn't I see it? Dude, he had monkeys out. Bang! It looked like banging like strippers they had these dildos on and these fake asses, and he was on top of a podium. This was definitely Oz. I know I screwed it up, man. I screwed up though the fucking years and everything. I put 2 different dates in the same time. My fault. Apologies about that. You're right, Jersey. And it was 01. Manson did a great show that night. Machine had been around a while putting out. I think System was there too. Yeah, that was when System Rob Halford filled him in with Black Sabbath. I remember that. And then also though too in 06, I believe there's a few shows um oh I'm sorry, ATV or whatever after the ATV accident and all that shit though went down and System moved down with just headline because they headlined for a few Ozfest. And I remember I was at an Ozfest and Ozzy wasn't at, and they headlined, and I was like, and I kept, so I have this friend named Peach, all right? And this is why I had beef with Sharon, all right? And it's not wasn't like real beef or anything like that. If you guys watch my video um that I did and just go to the video sections, the last one, it's called My Take. Um and I just give my take on what and I had to eat my humble pie, but here's what happened. My buddy Peach is the one that got me into Ozzy, and I already seen Ozzy three times, and I already seen Sabbath once. And I'm like, but my girl at the time got Ozzy. This is when they were on tour in Iron Maiden. I think it was I want to say fucking 05. So it's in Homedale, New Jersey. We get the tickets. I didn't get tickets. My girl got the tickets. She didn't look at double books. She's just like, yeah, okay, we'll get it whatever. I asked her, which one did you get? And it was already too late. Of course, she got night 2. I knew 2 weeks prior to that, I had a bad feeling, but I was like, I never seen Iron Maiden before, so, I mean, I'm definitely down to see them, but, you know, this is the guy who got me into Ozzy, so, I mean, he was walking around with Ozzy fucking shirts. I remember the one that had Hell hitchhiking, like, that's what he'd wear for fighting fucking 1st grade to the nuns. But what I'm saying is, like, I wanted to take us. So when we get there, we pull in, and immediately they're like, Ozzy's not performing last night because he performed last night. And, and I remember I seen an episode of the Osbournes where he's yelling at Sharon going, I can't do 2 nights in a row. And so that since then, that's like where my little beef was with her. Like, yeah, she overdoing this, and then after though watching like those documentaries and really, and I mean, there's a lot of stuff even before that. Like, I always loved her and thought she was a boss and thought she was great and she saved his life and all that. In my mind, was thinking like, Jesus, like let the man know, but he's the one that wanted to, like, he's the one that those two, like I said, were blah, and I was wrong. And something, when we're wrong, we have to be able to admit when we're wrong. And I was completely wrong. So I ate my humble pie. I'll tell you that right now. No, it wasn't even that jersey. It wasn't even Manson at the Meadowlands show. No, no, it was definitely Marilyn Manson when Ozzy played. And then I just realized, it wasn't even with Sabbath though either. Though it was Manson, and then it was fucking. I mean, a lot of great fucking acts though, but it was Marilyn Manson, then White Zombie. It was like them playing for the first time like in a while, and then after White Zombie, then Korn, and then right after Korn, it was Ozzy. That's what for some reason I got mixed up with the Manson thing. I don't know. Well, I have no idea why. Exactly. Me too. Me too, my friend. That's why I was just thinking, like, what is I was like, wait, okay, so that one, the one I was just talking about in Homedale, New Jersey, I was like, okay, I remember that year. And then I remembered Camden. Then I had to remember, wait, Nissan Pavilion in Virginia. But then I mean, I went to more than one a year as well. But and I always went whenever there was Montage Mountain here. Even though for some reason, they only came here once or two. No, I think it was once or twice. But when they came here the one time, it was the best thing ever here. It's the most people you ever had. It's fucking amazing, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It gets real. That's it, exactly, and especially though, like those early 2000s, late 90s though. But it was. I personally think it should have been the other way around. I mean, yeah, Corn Korn's great and all that, but I guess how record labels are, and with Ozfest, I guess whoever was like Korn, I guess had one of their singles that was just really fucking smashing on the fucking labels. So I guess maybe that's why they got the spot right before Ozzy, and they were great. I'm not putting Korn down. I just personally think though that the theatrical stuff that Manson was doing, I would have been more interested to see that like at nighttime. And I think White Zombie or have White Zombie. I'm a more bigger fan of White Zombie than Korn. That's just me though. Uh like I say, music subjective. But White Zombie was great. We were front row for that. That's the concert. If you guys are watching last Tuesday, where I told you I pissed myself a bunch of times, but Ozzy cleaned me off with the bucket of water. It was fucking great. And that, so Kilo, what happened nowhere? So here's what happened. Remember earlier on this show, I said, I go, I remember I used to be at shows. I'd be like, "Oh my god!" And then Black Sabbath's coming. So Sabbath was supposed to play after Maiden that night, and they did many nights, but just this night they weren't. So Maiden got to do an extended set, and they played for like 3 hours. It was fucking unbelievable. Like I never see like the way they live act like Dickinson. Like he would turn into a fucking goddamn one of those soldiers with the big hats like in 2 seconds, and then he turned into a fencer, and then Eddie comes out with the sword and the lights and the solos and the sound, and Nico McBrain and fucking oh my god, fucking Steve Harris just shooting the bass. I mean, it was one of the best live bands like I ever seen in my life, literally live. Like I'm not that good music. I was just like blown the fuck away. And I remember though afterwards, my buddy Peach is still standing there, just staring at. He did this too. He went to the System of a Down show, knowing beforehand, even before we left this neighbor, that Ozzy wasn't going to be there. System's headline, and he would just stand there and wait. And my Peach, he's not coming, man. He's not here. Come on, man. I feel terrible. And he never got to see Ozzy. That's fucking crazy. That Peach never got to see him, and I did. Like numerous amounts of times, and got to meet him. Eventually I would have became a fan of Ozzy, but this Peach is the one that like really like, you're young and you have buddies and stuff. They're like, oh, check out that you know. And Peach are like, Peach was straight out. If you see the movie The Warriors, that's all he watched. He was always in black leather, the comb, like he had the switchblade comb, little Peach ever since he was fucking 5. Fucking, he's still the same. Manson was in and out of so as he was. White Zombie was good. Shame they're not putting on me. They were good, man. I think those Maiden shows is what caused a rift between them and Sharon. Dickinson felt they were owed more money for those double set shows. No, but really though, really caused the rift though with them was you had it right though in the beginning, and there was other shit though that was backstage that just became more in the forefront. And that so what happened though was that I know I don't even want to get into the business aspect of it. I know though why though they didn't though get though more though than that what they were though supposed to though get though, but they each got, I think it was wait, what did they pay them, man? Yeah, no, you're exactly right. That's what happened. And then they made the agreements to give every single band member $100,000, which is, I mean, that's very good. And then they made that agreement. But then though Dickinson though would still go out like shout his mouth off, and like he wasn't disrespecting Sabbath, like he was just like basically like being like fuck her in a way, like it was more like it's Sharon. And then Sharon's got to understand though too. I mean, there are a lot of Iron Maiden, even though it's Ozfest and stuff. There's a lot of Iron Maiden fans too and stuff. And when you're yelling by yourself, but she has balls, man. She has balls. She's by herself yelling at him, and then she had people like throwing eggs at him and stuff like that. And all that chaos happened. Yeah, there were some words at the Homedale, New Jersey one I was at over what you just brought up, and that's why I had my beef. Why, if you watch my take video that I did, where I'm like I was wrong, but That's why I have my beef, because if there was an episode of Ozfest about a few months prior about this tour, and Ozzy's like, I can't do two in a row, and he's like telling Tony Dennis, his assistant, he's like, give me the fucking itinerary, like he wants to see it, and Tony's like, I don't know where it's at. I think it's down in the bus, and he's like playing them, and then that was another thing too. I didn't like seeing Ozzy get played a lot, and then I was like, but I get it now. But my point though being though is that once he got the paper, he saw that he had back to back shows. And he's like, I'm not doing it. He was like, screw, like he was, yeah, he was really mad. And she's like, okay, okay. And then next scene, he goes, hello, Albuquerque. And, you know, obviously he went and did it. But that show that I took Peach to, the reason why we didn't get to see Ozzy is because he was double booked. And he said, he has no ego. He goes, I'm fucking 55 fucking years old. I can't just do two in a row anymore. So just make it one. And that's why I had my fucking little beefy fucking whatever, no shit. So I have my personal reasons. Yeah, you can't. And that's why, like, you know, she's a boss. You can't you can't. And if you mess with her family too, like, she'll fucking forget about it. And she gets that too. Don't forget who her father is. Her father's Don Arden. I get a kick out of all these people though when they're like Don Arden, like mafia, blah blah blah. No, Don Martin, yes. Did he have like mafia guys like around him though that could like do stuff and like help out and stuff? Yes, like without a doubt. Why? Because he had money for. But him as like mobster, mafia type guy dealing though, like with mafia mobsters, like the ones like who are running like the music and all that in this country and all that type of stuff. Like it's laughable. But with that said, and you know, she had a falling out with him and thought he was a piece of shit anyway, all that shit. And she went on her own and then managed Ozzy. But that's where she got though her tenacity from, is him and his confidence through he got more of his confidence through, you know, he had gangsters around him and a lot of money. That'll do it. She doesn't know much. Like it's not her fault. She doesn't know about. She's born into that, but being by that but also we need though to be thankful that she recognized. Like she didn't just go to the hotel and see Ozzy laying there and be like, oh well, maybe this guy could. No, she knew. Like she saw Ozzy perform, and she would. You know, I think the vision of Ozzy Osbourne, of course, like you know, with the dove and the bat, Ozzy even said, "I milked that to make some dough," because that made him like the mythical creature. I mean, he's Ozzy rabies shots, Ozzy this, blah blah blah. But the way that Sharon Osbourne managed him and had him like promote it and had like the character almost in a way of Ozzy, where people like used to fucking think that he was hanging upside fucking down, like he wasn't fucking, you know, it was just, you know what I mean? Like the way that his image is, his brand, all of it was just from coming from Sabbath was just remarkable. I mean, could you imagine getting fired from Black Sabbath, from the band that, you know, you guys are pioneers, you get fired, you go solo, and then next thing you know, you're fucking boom, you're in the charts, you're blowing them out of the water and boom. Like I wonder how, but that must have, I mean, that had to feel good though for Ozzy. For real. Just imagine it. And then you got a guitarist like Randy Rhoads. But he came from the best though. I mean, Tony Iommi, according to Ozzy though, no one's better than Tony. He's like those American guys, even when they play like War Pigs and this and that, he wasn't complaining when he was telling Billy Morrison, but he's like, they seem to play like faster or whatever. But he's like, Tony Iommi, just the speed and just, he's like, there's something different with American musicians and British guys. That's what he says. Let's see. Those who seemed to realize messing with Sharon was a bad idea had a good and loyal relationship and became part of the Ozzy family. Absolutely. The dove, he was out of his mind drunk, and the bat was in that. Well, exactly. But that's why he said. And so the doves were just supposed to be, hey, like, how you doing? But he was hammered, so he sat in the exec's lap and, bit the head off, and he got the security and drug him right the fuck out of there. Diary of a Madman tour was the people were there throwing fucking dead cats on stage. Everything was just fucking, it was just getting crazy. Meat, everything. Because he wanted to do like a horror type show. And then the bat that he picked it up and bit into it. He didn't like pick up a fucking like, I got a live bat. Everyone check this out. No, he fucking first off, you got to realize a lot of people are like, no, I think you were the first off, your adrenaline. Imagine, imagine that you're okay. Not only imagine like you just came over from Sabbath. They weren't really letting you do much. Like you had to stand on the left of the stage because Tony wanted to be out in the front. And like you didn't really have a say in anything. But now you're in your own fucking band, and everyone's going insane for you and fucking just going Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy. Like you never heard that just like at Sabbath shows before that. And so, I mean, he's got to be, that's a different type of adrenaline. And he just picked it up and went, well, imagine if he swallowed the head. But he didn't. But he fucking bit it off. He didn't swallow the dove's head either. He spit it out. But he bit it off, and yeah, he had to get rabies shots for like the next 2 weeks in his ass. They had to line him up, and like with the big gauge needle ones though, that hurt like a bitch. But and that added to like the allure, the mystique, like Ozzy, like and then people used to think, oh, he's just saying this. Like, how about that blonde girl? I don't know if you guys see my video. It's called Believer, where Ozzy's holding the book. There's a cross, and the blonde girl is the Prince of Darkness, Ozzy Osbourne, a believer in Jesus Christ, because he died yesterday, and let's see if he's going to heaven. You fucking bitch. Sorry, but like, there's only one judge. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. But people never heard of show business or whatever. But any real one who knows Ozzy's like soul and just see like those people who are like, oh, you're not going there, you're going to fucking hell, are the same people that fucking crucified Jesus. So fucking fuck off. Amen, Loomis. So true. Thanks, Bonnie. Of course, Ozzy was. But like, that's not even a question. Absolutely, Victrola. Smash that like and subscribe, guys. Thanks, Bonnie. Appreciate that. I love Tyler. Like we got new people all the time when I do these, and I love it. I love when the community, gets bigger as new people. Hopefully, when they get real comfortable in the chat, maybe they'll be like, you know what? I'll come on the show and talk with Loomis, or I'll come on the show and because you're more than welcome, always. And if you don't want your face shown, don't forget there's an avatar option where that could come up as well. But anyone's always welcome on. And as you see on these weekend special shows, when I do the last week, I was on 5. I was like, you know what? I'm doing 2, but I couldn't do it. I had too much travel to do this week. But I did Friday and Saturday last week. But 5 hours and 20 fucking 8 minutes, and it's fucking 5:04. Yeah. You know what that's called? That's called fucking passion for the fucking Ozman. And I will always fucking give my time and my worth and whatever I could put together video wise or whatever to keep his memory alive. Not that I'm needed to keep his memory alive at all. I'm not. I'm just saying, that, hey, was there about 20 of us tonight just chilling out, hanging. I don't care if there's 2 of us talking about like that's what it's all about. That's what that's what it's all about. Jesus, yeah, he loves what do you call it, Blizzard, Bark at the Moon. Jesus, yeah, Jesus loves it all. And don't forget the community. Yes, please, everyone, understand this. I know it's hard to like understand that. Like, first off, when I tell you to email me, I mean it. When I say if anyone wants to come on the show and do whatever and or post something that has nothing to do with me, like I don't look at this like it's my channel. I look at it like it's all of ours. But if you're subscribed, all you got to do is hit visit community, not like normal YouTube where people tell you to join and you pay for it. No, there's no money involved with this channel or monetization ever. Not even I was thinking about getting these awesome shirts done, and then I'm like, oh wait a minute, no, I can't do that. I will never make money off of this. Might give away though some shirts though, but or then do some giveaways because we just hit 3,000 subscribers. So the five that and we got over 1,000 subscribers in a week. So on 5,000 subscribers, I'll do a giveaway, but I'll never be able to like have I'd love like I might have my own made or make a couple and give away, but can't do merch or any of that. The only way that I would do that is if like we knew that we had something plugged in where the money goes like right to like, the charity for Parkinson's, but that would be great, you know. But, you know, it's only been 3 months, but this channel's growing fast with great people. And I would like other people to as well get involved. And, you know, like Gina has a wrench. She could, if she wanted to post things, she could. Anyone else, just email the show. And also, the fuck was I just gonna say? I'm so out of it. I don't know how I did that long. I heard that, yeah, Christ, now I said I already know Jesus was. Oh yes, the community. So then when you hit though, like you scroll and you see a post like on Facebook, but instead it's on YouTube, it's maybe pictures and you just see writing. Every one of you who's subscribed could do that on this channel, and I encourage it. Just remember too, if you want more people to see your pictures, just underneath though, just go hashtag Ozzy Osbourne, and then I would just do afterwards like hashtag Ozzy Osbourne fans or something. It just brings more people and actually see though your stuff as well. But everyone could do that. Who's subscribed. That's how it works. There's a visit community button, you hit it, and then boom, you can post whatever you want, any pictures that you want, or if you just want to say some stuff. And Bonnie, thank you for the update. I appreciated that with the pumpkin patch. That was great. Uh, Victrola lady, yours with the 8 tracks and then your other one, how you became an Ozzy fan, and just all of it. It's just I mean I love seeing when and then I don't know if anyone's seen the one that Chef put up, and that's a new name. But thank you very much, though, Chef. That was very very nice. But there's nothing better when I see other people utilizing this channel because that's how I want it to rock. And that's that. This is a passion channel. I don't, you know what I mean? That's just that's this is. I don't care if I have. I don't care if I have $10 million in the fucking bank. I'll always sit here and talk with you about Ozzy forever. You got my word on that. That's all Ozzy. That's how loved he is. That's awesome, Loomis. Thank you very much, Victrola. You're the best, Gracie. All of yous are the best. I appreciate yous all. I'm just saying because it's 5:28. I'm like, well, fuck. I might as well go 5:30. Why not? I appreciate how welcoming everyone was to a new guy like me. I love Ozzy and I could talk about him endlessly. You're welcome from Victrola, and I'll capitalize on that. That's how we are with everyone, and that's how this channel is, and that's this channel's channel for the people. Like, not only like I said, do you if you chat there. If you ever even wanted to come on, you're more than welcome. I'm not telling you, oh yeah, come on, you have to come on. I'm saying, but if you want to, like, you're more than welcome. Anyone can. The door is open. So yeah, and you know what? When I first started this, so I started this page 2 days before he passed, and I just and I was like, I don't know if I'm going to do lives on it. I'm just going to put some shorts up, and I might do some trivia and stuff like that. But then after he passed, I have like a ton of trivia, right? I'm like, it's not really a time to do like Ozzy trivia, like he just passed, save that. And I already did a bunch of it in the past on like another channel and stuff, but um I'm like, I don't know if I'm ever gonna do lives or anything. But then I was like, you know what? Screw it. And I just saw, I'm not gonna lie to you, I jumped on my first live and I don't know, a bunch of people don't have done. And I thought that it was gonna be like, well, like, what I mean, the positivity and I think everyone into it, and in the community that we started with the people here and everything, Jersey Devil. I'm telling you, my man, all good, solid people here, all positivity. Negativity is too sticky. We don't go that route. Um, even when it comes to the stories of like, some business aspects with Ozzy and other band members and stuff. I know all the stuff though that happened, but like this channel, this channel here is to celebrate the life of John Michael Ozzy Osbourne for the fans, and it's all of your channel as well. So when you hit subscribe, which is free, you could post whatever you want in the community. If you want to post something like a video, then just email me and I'll make it happen. If you want to come on, just email me and we'll make it happen. So positivity, absolutely. Bond. It's the only other way to go. And you're very welcome, my man. And I appreciate Connor. You know your stuff, and you were definitely at a lot of Ozfest and seen him and stuff. And thanks for helping me out with because that was killing my head for a second. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, was that what I saw? Fucking, because there was something though that wasn't an Ozfest though. I could have sworn that I saw. I gotta look into this stuff, but TJ Gabs 3K. Well, listen, let's not kid ourselves. The reason why there's 3,000 subscribers in 3 months and it's probably might even be 2 million, but it was 1,900,000. Actually, I'll tell you right now, nothing to do with me. It's Ozzy, you know, but it had. I'll tell you right now, Jesus. Actually, he has 3,246 subscribers now already. That's how loved Ozzy is. Let's see what it is. What does he got? Yeah, 1.878357, almost 2 million views in 3 months. La Senorita, the channel that I had, like where I have almost like 7. La Senorita, what I meant to say was like, the other channels, and I said this channel, I just checked the views 1.875357. So 1,800,300. Oh, sorry, it's like 1.8 plus million views in 90 days. It just goes to show how loved Ozzy is. I love it. And everyone who comes in the community. I mean, look at this. 5 hours and 33 minutes, and I'm still sitting here like, I love it. I get time. Everyone who comes in is great, Jersey. I'm telling you. And we're all very welcome. We're all in the right place. You're damn right we are. I like the shared knowledge as well. I'll tell you what I like though tonight. I know I'm like dead, but I'm the type of guy that like when I unwind, I always have to like try to watch something, or I'm going to do some Edison history and figure out the phonograph and figure out why make that if it's not going to give you sound. It's like eating this. It's like, so, okay, here's sound, buy sound. Like, so what does it do? I'm going to look into that. What's the wow about buying? Wait, that's massive. Oh, do you mean the view-wise? That's massive views. Yeah, it's insane. It is part of you too. Channel is formed from a genuine Ozzy fan. Refreshing to see. No, it's not for me, buddy, because they come from like the shorts and stuff like that. It's not me. I appreciate that a lot. The only ones that I got though from me though, I got from the My Take episode. There is 102 new subs. So and it's me talking and it shows me, but I have it edited up like documentary type format in a way, and my music and shit. So, but no, it's from come on, that's from. But I appreciate you saying that. Thank you very much. And the cool part is, I bet Ozzy would have been interested in the phonograph stuff. Fuck yeah, phonograph. And the phonograph. That's what I don't understand, Jersey Devil. But I'll get to the bottom of it. Look at this, folks. 5 hours, 35 minutes. And you know what? Like, I'm already like getting upset. I'm like, oh man, because at least we do a show Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. This week is Bark at the Moon. And come on in the chat, or if anyone wants to come in and join us, let us know. You're more than welcome. Also, if someone does email and want to come on the show and come on a live, you're more than welcome to do it whenever I'm on. But we could also schedule like a special separate one, or if you want to do a pre-record where we talk about a certain topic with Ozzy Sabbath, and then I'll release it. Just reach out to me. Again, Ozzy Osbourne tribute page at gmail.com. Screenshot that. And it's too late. I should have asked earlier, Victrola, but what else do I need, Victrola? See, I love this because RIP to my best friend, but his daughter painted it when she was 13. I'm usually not a modern art guy, but I had to put something on this wall though too. But I want a more like antique-y look. You know what I mean? Ozzy would definitely know about those. Yeah, definitely. I would say 100%, especially like back in his day and like how they were like with music and like Birmingham back in those days. 100%, I agree. I work Monday through Friday. I'll try to pop in on Monday night when I'm on break. Oh, yeah, you mean deferred. Yeah, guys, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's right. There's some nice antique portraits on eBay. Yeah, I know. I just have to fucking get to I have fucking an escrow fucking tied up though with the fucking budget on a fucking film. I have to take a day for myself to go buy some stuff. But at least I got all this up, and it's better than the green screen, So I'm digging it. All right, folks, listen, this is fucking great. We learned a lot today. Don't forget, check out Thomas Edison. Check out his stuff. He happened to he made a few recordings and stuff. So give him a follow as well. And I'm trying to think. Yeah. Check out Thomas Edison if you never heard of him. And but thank you, Ozzy Osbourne. Thank you, everyone here. Like I said, these are just called Ozzy Talk in the weekend, where when I'm done having a wild or whatever weekend, just running around traveling, doing my thing, I love to come on randomly and just say hello to everyone. And, I don't really have a topic, even though I write a little topic, but Thank you, Ian Bick, yesterday. Had a fucking blast. Check out his podcast. He's got a huge platform. And oh, I bet you it's Keith. But thank you, everyone, for I keep double hitting it, for watching all the lives. And please, if you missed my take, check that out as well. That's what I was talking about a lot. I think you'll get a better understanding of me, and you'll figure out if you want to punch me in the nose or if you could tolerate me. I think that's a good one. These ones are every weekend, either Friday or Saturday after 9 p.m. I can pop in anytime. Thank you again for that was last week, and this week already 3,000. So it's growing fast. Just shows how loved Ozzy is. And you know what? I love all yous. Gracie, you're the best. You're awesome. Munchkin, where you at, Munchkin? You're very welcome, Victrola. Very welcome. You're very welcome as well. Grace City Grace. Thank you, everyone, here for some stories. Thank you, Jersey. Yeah, it was a fun night. I tell you, I have a blast doing this. I hope if you guys like doing this, I will always do this. And I really appreciate you giving the time. And we learn a lot. And La Senorita, I call Bonnie that still. It's always like, when you come on, it's at the last. Yeah, at least you get 20 minutes in, but I mean, they're long. So take care, Kilo. Everyone, I'll see you Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern for Inside Bark at the Moon with Loomis and Gina. And then I'll be dropping shorts every single day like I do. Please use the community. Stop being shy on that. That is yours. This is not just my channel. This is all our channel for Ozzy fucking Osbourne. So please take advantage of it and don't be shy. And again, thank you all very much for watching Into the Void, Ozzy Osbourne tribute. This is for the real diehard Ozzy and Sabbath fans that actually give a fuck and don't give a fuck about ads and money. They like to talk to people, and it's passion. It's about, fucking passion. God, I want to learn about 8-tracks now too and everything. All right, I love you all. I know I talk a lot, but this is fun. I will see you next time on Into the Void, Ozzy Osbourne tribute. And Monday is Bark at the Moon. You got it 100%. Victrola, I love how we learned Victrola lady's name tonight. That was amazing. I might have to cut that out for a clip. But Bark at the Moon live on Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern. I will see you then. Subscribe to Into the Void, Ozzy Osbourne tribute. Please share it, tell your friends, and let's get a good community going. Take care, everyone. Good night.